Alright, the stream is started. What is going on, my frosty friends? My name is Wintercasice, and welcome back to Discord Dungeons and Dragons with the Solaires, specifically Tiny, Stray, and Wow. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Bell Ray said he'll be in about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Sounds like a plan. And we'll expect Wanderer in a moment. But either way,
I'm gonna fight the moon.
we're gonna fight the moon. That's
I'm
it.
gonna fight
Yeah.
the moon.
How do you plan to fight the
We
moon?
might kill the king tonight.
Punch it. Yes.
You're gonna punch the moon. Good luck. There's enough craters on it already. But anyways.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you get the stats for the poison? I didn't remember till just now.
No shit. No. I have some models for it. It's fine. It's fine.
No worries.
We'll work it out later. We'll work it out later. It's fine. Don't wait. Psst. Psst. Stray. Psst. Stray. We'll figure it out.
To roll what's on my robe.
We'll figure it out later.
Yes.
And I do have that, Tiny. Actually, I do have that. Do you want me to just tell you that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I gotta pull up my stats.
I'll be right back. I have to do something really quick.
That's fine.
Not
That's
even
fine.
like 2 minutes.
About to say it's all good. It's all good.
You're something.
At least we got the stream going and everything, and just making sure I have my list of items that goes into this. Okay. Okay, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right. So, on this robe of many of useful things, there are a total of 12. There's actually 12 items on this robe of useful things.
Yay.
And what you got? You ready for this?
Yes.
Okay. On I forgot about this. Sorry. Okay. All right. The first item you have on here is a pit.
A pit.
Yes, a pit. It is a 10-foot cube that you could place on the ground within 10 feet of you. This was one of the options, and I was laughing so hard when I got it. So yes, you have a pit, but one.
Get in the bad boy pit.
The only problem is once you put it down, it doesn't come back up.
I know.
But I found it very funny.
Just a pit.
Really shaky for some reason right now, and I don't know why.
You got oh my god, I forgot about this one too. You have 2 rowboats.
Oh.
Yes, they are 12 feet long.
Alright, guys. Let's row to Shauna.
But yes, you have 2 rowboats. That's 3 of your 12 items. You have a window. Literally, now hear me out here though. It is a window that if you place on a wall, it does count as a window.
Oh.
Yeah, as soon as when I rolled all this stuff, I laughed very hard because this is very Looney Tunes.
I can just delete the floor, delete the wall.
Literally, you could put a pit down or make a window in a place that doesn't have a window.
Man, this place needs to look outside. Boom.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
You have 3 portable rams.
Oh.
Yeah, you got a lot of the weird items, but you did get some interesting things. Not to say that these aren't interesting.
Yeah, a pit in the window isn't interesting.
Okay. Item number 8 is a iron door. Like, literally an iron door that's 10 feet wide and 10 feet high. Barred on this...
Like the window, or do I just Summon
That was a
it.
bit longer than I meant for it.
You
Sorry.
can this will only work if you place it in an opening.
Oh.
But it is something that, like, if you say, for example, there's like a hole big enough for like a wall, like a door, it's a literal barred iron door.
Do I have the key?
Yes,
It's just
yes,
barred.
you do have a key that comes with it.
Okay.
It's basically you have a portable jail door.
Perfect.
Now here's the interesting things. That is, say you have apologies. You did get another riding horse with saddlebags,
Yay.
which is object number 9. The last 3 I rolled were spell scrolls.
Oh.
Interesting.
Now, if you wanted to take some time to actually like identify what these scrolls were before like using the patches and everything, as a DM I will allow this so you would know ahead of time. Otherwise, you could just leave them to random. That's up to you.
I'll identify them first.
Okay. So you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. So one of the spell scrolls is a super simple one. It is a healing word spell. Basically, you read it, and as a bonus action, you can use healing word, which heals somebody 1d4 hit point. 1d4 hit points plus your modifier.
I could give Bimp all of these.
The only problem is, if I remember correctly, that is not a wizard spell that she can learn.
Probably not.
But I say the second spell on here is a little bit more useful. But I say it is a scroll of Misty Step.
Ooh.
Ooh.
If you use it, you could cast Misty Step as a bonus action to go teleport 30 feet in any direction.
Alright.
The third one, however, I had an interesting time rolling for this one. It is a scroll of Fireball.
Oh no.
God. That's gonna end up in bad.
However, I do warn you, when each of these patches are pulled off, they are one-use items, and if somebody else gets them, they can use them.
Oh.
It is both beneficial and it can also be potentially dangerous. Just wanted to warn you ahead of time.
Which is why Blue just makes it look like an overcoat that he turns inside out.
Indeed.
Because it's his style.
So do you have all this written down, or do I need to go over any of this with you again?
I have it written down, plus it has that list that just automatically gets put on there.
I just find it so funny. Fucking the moment the first roll was, it's a hole. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like, yeah, it's a pit that you could just put on the ground. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It looks well, guys, looks like Looney Tunes is back in action. I was just like, this is gonna be interesting. Ironically, I actually rolled different than the list I gave you the first time. With the first time you had the robes.
I cast hole.
I just cast hole. Just
What? That's not a you!
I just take an action and I put a hole in the ground. It's like, oh, you dig a hole? No, I place it. Just like, shit, we're in prison. Don't worry about it. We'll get out. It's like, what do you mean? We'll go out the window. What window?
This window.
Just this one.
I
Giving your
use
player idea.
Just put.
I use my power of swag and make a hole.
You just fucking go to like the warden's office and you open the door. You knock down the door. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, what do you mean? What are you doing? You're under arrest, warden. What do you mean? Pull out the iron door. There you go. I mean,
Open the door, place a new door.
Exactly. I'm just saying there's uses. It's just they're kind of ridiculous. This is my comment on it.
They're perfect.
definitely have to think outside the box.
Or
What?
inside the box.
Whoa!
The window for the box.
However, when I roll for the scrolls, there are limitations. Obviously, the robe of useful things can't have like high level scrolls in them. The magic outbeats the item, so they all have to be like under 3rd level. Which is
like the window would be really useful because
First to
place
third
it on the
level.
wall, get
Yeah,
out, or
for-
place
for-
it on the floor.
first, 2nd, or 3rd level spells.
You rolled 397 to 100s.
Yes. Like I said, shit was getting wacky, yo.
Yeah.
What can I say, dude? You're also talking to the guy who literally made Chomp Chomp as a fucking item.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the bear.
Literally, Garnet.
trap.
Literally, Garnet has a pet bear trap, essentially. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
remember who you're talking to.
Yeah, true.
But anyways, but I say I feel like I've
Hey,
given.
Guardian. Hey, Guardian. I got a friend for you. It's a red.
what?
It gives you a +4 to knocking down doors.
Yeah, the portable rams. On the bright side, nothing will stop you guys. No door can hold you back. This isn't like Vox Machina.
Yep. Thanks.
Though I will say this, I feel like the animated series did not do enough justice to how ridiculous they were with doors. Because if you ever watch like the actual like streams and everything, or even the compilations that show their issues with doors, it's so funny. It's like I'm like no, we're gonna play this out. I'm gonna put the sword through the slit in the doors to try to, and you on the other side could try to lift it up and push it so we could get this wooden bar out of the way. And fucking one of them slashed their hand, and the other two couldn't fucking. It's just so funny. But anyways, I feel like I've given enough time. Let's go ahead and get going. You guys ready?
Last time on D&D.
I know. That's why I said, are you guys ready to get going?
Yeah.
All right. In that case, last time on D&D. The Solaires, after a hard-fought trip to try to get to the capital of Westray, and actually being able to settle in, being told that they had to attend the royal ball of the king under the warrant of being arrested. You were informed. You guys decided to take some downtime. Each of you being able to get a weekend of things you wanted to do, and many things had occurred. You all went shopping, got various items for yourselves. Some of you got some very useful items. Some of you decided to get spells. Some of you decided to get some really powerful items, and some of you decided to get information. Through many things and many situations gone forward, you guys found out some haunting revelations. In the case for Belwraith, it is one particular that has been one haunting him for some time. Maybe some mixed messages and some weird tales to be told. Garnan being able to make a pact, essentially a long-term quest that may or may not tie in with his homeland. Blue being able to take some time to actually enjoy his music, to give his father the shit he deserved by even though his father quote unquote wasn't there to enjoy it, he had to know. Speaking with Kevlar to get some knowledge about things that were going on, and Kazir finding a weapon that was powerful enough to kill permanently a creature that he wants so badly dead. But now the party, most of you guys are broke as hell.
Yeah.
I will say
Who's rich?
I will say this: Bimp is also pretty broke now too. She decided. In case I didn't mention, I think I did.
You didn't.
Oh,
As
I didn't.
know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, and long story short, to make these quick, Philman essentially rested, but did use some of his money to kind of stock himself up and everything on some gear. Basically, kind of to fix the gear that was destroyed for himself. He's still sitting good though. Karek decided to spend his time with Philman as much as he could, helping Belwraith practice his swordplay, and also deciding to take some time to sleuth around and gather information. Knackle decided to be a social highlight. He actually decided to go to a lot of populated areas and talk to people. He even found out that there was a monastery to Helm here in the capital, and decided to actually spend some time there. And Bimp also showed him a lot of the sights and actually enjoying like the scenery. Bimp spent a lot of her money on looking at spells and getting special paper and ink for her spellbook. But now she is she decided, after what she's decided to get and everything, she's more well equipped for the road. And Henrik. Goodness, I am so sorry, guys. And Henrik, you were very hard pressed to take away from the library. He's actually been researching more about the illness and various other illnesses, basically cross-referencing the disease that has been spreading through the abyssal plague, and comparing it to diseases that came from other realms. Comparisons to diseases that came from the astral plane, from the far realm, diseases that came from the elemental plane of chaos. Basically he's doing everything he can to try to find some comparisons to see if he could break this down even further, and he is doing really well for himself. I'm about to say, I have been using his ability scores to the best of his abilities.
We gotta get up 6 o'clock in the morning. That's what we want.
And in the meantime, the party, a week has passed now. You have all gotten your gear. They had done some shopping. And met with some tailors to get some very special clothes made. And with that being...
Winter,
yes.
before we continue, sorry for interrupting.
No, it's all good.
I don't think I mentioned it last time, but just to make sure, Garnan would have spent every time he wasn't with Alyssa, or wasn't with Alyssa,
Oh,
anytime
shit.
he wasn't with Belwraith, he would have been with her.
Yes, I almost forgot to mention Alyssa. Yes, she spent a lot of time in the Druid districts. She decided to take some time and actually embrace more of nature itself, and trying to expand on her understanding of magic. Basically,
Commune with nature.
Basically, considering her spirit, considering what her spirit is, it makes perfect sense that she would be trying to connect more with nature itself. And believe it or not, even though Westray is the capital of Atharia, you'd think that this would be a vast city with no nature to speak of. There is a druidic ward, and that specific ward is filled to the brim with various kinds of nature magic and honestly wonderful looking spectacles. About to say, and Alosa would have made an effort to drag Garnan out there to also kind of embrace what it means to be a witch, and actually embrace the natural side of the world. Which Garnan, to you, the Druidic Ward is the closest this is the closest place to home to you. Tuscadal is a rampant giant forest of various different kinds of natural sceneries. It is coming to Atharia, which is basically mostly plains and a little bit of mountain, a little bit of forest. It's like you can't, honestly, I can't speak for you, but it's one of those things that for most furbolgs, it'd be kind of like, wow, I went from the spectacle of nature, which was beautiful to look at, to plains, grass, and a few trees. It's definitely it's a drastic change once you go through the different passes through the mountains. But yeah, Alosa also stocked up on some potions, but she also seemed kind of keen on a couple of magical items that she decided to procure for herself, but nothing serious. She still has a lot of gold.
Garnan would have shown her the thing he got.
Oh, and
what it did to the Ravenger.
Basically, she actually does have, for the sake of brevity, she does have a few comments to make on the weapon itself. She does comment that it was made from the bones of an ancient dragon. And
damn.
and she also tells you that you should be very careful when it comes to, like, as she points out, like, you remember how I explained to you, like, the bone itself seemed to have some kind of black kind of ooze kind of protruding from the outside outside of it, like specific. She does comment to you to be very careful, considering the fact that basically when she looks at it and she, like, uses her knowledge of nature and everything based on her roles, she would let you know that she believes it to be kind of an unnatural effect. It seems to be some kind of form of, like, some kind of blight magic, essentially.
Cool.
Okay, so my mother might have an interest in it then.
Basically, you're not entirely sure, and neither is she, because unfortunately, blight magic is such a rare thing that it's one of those things where it's a little bit of a bad omen, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, she's not saying it's dangerous, don't use it. She's just saying, like, make sure you're cautious. There might be some adverse effects you might not know about, but it's just, like, play it safe. It's almost...
Well, I attuned to it, so I would assume it's not cursed.
But
So far.
So far. No, as far as you know, it's not cursed. But I say, also, guys, apologies if I'm coughing. Better say,
Welcome, no worries. And no worries, Winter. It's fine.
hey, Wanderer, how it goes?
Oh, it goes pretty good.
I was just recapping everyone on what happened last time.
TLDR, everyone's broke.
Pretty much, a lot of you guys spent pretty much most of your money, if not all of it.
Blue gained money.
Yeah. Blue's filthy
Pretty
rich.
Blue hoards his money. Hey, what?
You want me loan?
Yes, yes, Blue.
Dude.
To zeros, Blue, 1008.
Again, I'm just waiting until the final battle when you guys are dying. You're like, Blue, help! And Blue's like, I don't know. Where's that 1,000 gold you owe me? I'm just saying.
I have YouTube. Fuck. No.
Blue's the one with the retirement plan when this is all done.
yeah.
He just buys a mansion and he's just like, all right, everyone, come here for concerts.
Yeah.
All right, but with that being said, it has now been a week since you guys arrived in Westray and received news that you had to attend the ball. As you guys wake up and you guys have your breakfast, when you guys meet inside of essentially the mess hall of the College of Lore, you do see Roland and Kevlar waiting for you guys.
Yeah.
I see that all of you have seem rested and ready for tonight's event. But
That is correct.
and in case you need a bit of a reminder, with tonight's ball, and I know all of you have gotten tailored and ready to go with various outfits for tonight, I will remind you, all magical items will not work here, and most of them will not even be brought through the front door. So in other words, above game, to make this a bit easier, at this ball, you are not allowed to wear armor. All armor must be left behind. You are not allowed to bring weapons. So weapons must be left behind.
Yeah.
Jewelry is okay.
Okay.
So if you have necklaces or rings, you're allowed to bring them.
Perfect.
Cool.
I assume by magic doesn't work. That also means, like, scrying on us wouldn't work.
Correct. No magic works Roland explains to you guys that no magic works inside of the castle. Essentially, thank you, mother. Essentially, she brought me a Gatorade because of my coughing. But essentially, Blue, you would also know about this.
I was listening.
Oh, fair. Blue, you would also know inside of this castle, there is a magic. There's essentially a magic sense. What is the term for it? There's like a defense system against magic for the castle. The castle itself is innately protected from divination magic. Like, if you tried to send a message to the king, it won't work. Like,
Makes sense.
that's why, like, Roland explains that with the spies and everything, they have specific contacts that stay outside of the castle, that if, like, a message needs to be brought to the king immediately, it can be. But as far as, like, you know, trying to send the king a sending spell, or the message spell, or scrying, or anything like that, it will not work. It will auto-fail. And when those crystals are turned up to 10, no magic. The castle itself is completely anti-magic.
Okay.
No being in this plane or out can cast any magic that would affect the castle. They have tested this thoroughly using the powers of the archmages, which, if their magic can get cancelled out, anyone's magic can get cancelled out.
Good to know.
But with that being said, if you guys wanted to try to, you know, keep a clothing item mixed in with your stuff, you certainly could. Like, for example, Kazir, if you wanted to mix in, like, your dread hood with your stuff, you certainly could. The only
Hood?
apologies, your mask.
Oh. Okay, thanks.
No problem. If you wanted to bring the mask, you could. The only problem is that while the anti-magic, as long as the anti-magic stuff is up, it will not work. But you could bring it with you.
I'm gonna ask if I'm allowed to bring the mask.
Apologies again.
I
Am
burnt
I
the
allowed
back
to
of my
bring my
throat,
face
so it
mask?
constantly feels like I'm thirsty.
Ooh, apologies. But you can bring the mask, but because it is a full cover mask, Roland will tell you that it would be unadvised to wear it during the event.
Oh yeah, completely. It would look really weird.
It basically it makes you look like a cultist.
Yeah,
He
understandable.
will have it on his hip.
That would be fine, because that could be
Hooked
listed.
to a belt loop.
Yeah, that could be listed as a statement, essentially. Like, basically, these are movers and shakers.
It's a trophy.
Yeah, these are movers, these are shakers. Like, they don't mind that stuff. The only issue is, like, they don't like full cover masks. Like, half cover masks that like cover the show a little, that kind of cover up the face a little bit is
Of
fine.
course, the king is an anti-masker.
Ha! Gotta say that actually, you know what? But you know what? A golf clap.
Yeah.
Golf clap. There you go. But essentially, your mask you could bring along, but Blue, again, you would know your mask is useless inside of this place. It is purely for looks, essentially. Say Garnan, same with your ring of Death Ward. Better say useful, but as long as the crystals are up, it is useless.
Yeah, he's gonna keep it on though, just because.
Absolutely.
What would happen if you took a bag of holding?
Same with the anti-scrying necklace that I'm pretty sure he still has, right?
Yep, well, you can still wear the necklace of anti-scrying, and
Yeah, he still has it.
And also the ring, just in case.
I didn't know Alf had. I mean,
yes,
Garnet had one too.
Garnan stole it from the slave owners when he rescued Alosa.
Oh,
But by the way, to answer your question, Stray, the moment you would walk into this place that's anti-magic with a bag of holding, everything just falls out.
okay. I figured something like that, but I wasn't sure if it would be one of those things.
If I had to explain this, imagine the cartoon version of if you had a pocket full of the dehydrated foods.
Yeah,
And the moment you fell into a pool, your pockets just explode with food items. Basically, same concept. The only thing that makes that dangerous is that the bag of holding could absolutely tear and be destroyed.
Oh yeah, I get you. I wasn't sure because I knew you said some magics didn't count, so I wasn't sure if bag of holding would count, but I wouldn't take it anyways.
Yeah,
because...
unfortunately, the interplanar magic is held together by the outside of the bag, so
that makes sense.
that would be
And I wouldn't take the bag of holding anyways. It was just a thought.
No, it makes sense. It's kind of like if you had a portable hole, if you had it and you brought it in. Immediately everything would just fall out. Which, by the way, Blue, if you bring the rope of useful items in there, all the patches will immediately fall off and will become the items.
Good.
For the bomb.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Like, you'd walk in and just dunk, 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 dunk. Everything would just fall out.
One of the patches is a bomb.
One of the patches is a horse, and just the horse falls out.
Am I allowed to bring my dogs?
They will say that they actually prefer it if animals stayed behind. So which means that the college is more than willing to watch over your guys' pets. That does include familiars.
Garnan would not want to part with his familiar.
Well, I mean, the thing about familiars is typically a caster could just, and they would disappear for a while, and you could just bring them back.
Okay, fine.
The only problem with witches is that they can't. That's the catch. Their familiars have a personal connection to the material plane, so thus, even Jiren has to stay behind at the college. Alosa is heartbroken by that because she does not like being separated from Jiren, but at the same time,
Garnan also does not like that.
I know, but the only downside is these are the customs that are set before the king.
Yeah, it's not a choice.
Yeah, this isn't something where like, oh yeah, you have to we understand, but you have to. It's more like if you do, we will forcibly take them away from you.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get it back.
I'd like to see you fucking try.
Watch them punt a bunny.
Oh no!
No!
Well, that's just it. Bimp can do that. Bimp literally could just go find familiar, and the bunny's gone. Bunny corn's gone. But the moment she wants the bunny corn back, it's back.
If she brought her familiar in, wouldn't it just disappear?
Yeah, well, I mean, literally, like I said, anti-magic. The moment the bunny corn will walk in, it would disappear.
Oh, that's kind of a sad image.
Hey guys, how's it go?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the only problem is witches that won't work. That won't work for witches familiars. It would actually hurt them to walk into this area because it is completely anti-magic, which means that it would also sever the connection the witches have with their familiars. Not in the sense of like a permanent disconnect, but it would basically like be having your pet like in real life. You know what I mean? Like you feel that connection outside, but not inside.
That makes sense.
Not insulting pet owners. It's just a matter of like that's how the magic works, especially for witches. They feel
Yeah,
an
it
actual
would turn from a magical bond to still an emotional.
exactly.
I've gotten a surgery to physically attach myself to my cat.
Oh, God, that,
I mean,
that's the nightmare fuel.
I mean, anti-magic won't solve that. That's
Only the God will.
that is an act against nature. You're about to say it's
Only
gonna take.
God and fire will.
It's gonna exactly. I'm about to say.
It's an act against God.
However, you are all informed, once again by Kevlar, that if you want one item snuck into the castle, Kevlar can bring it in, because Kevlar basically gets a free pass because he is a trusted ally of the king. He's an agent who works with their people, so he can bring in one item, and he technically has a magic item that does work inside there. But it's basically one of the only ones of it. It's not one of a kind, but it's one of a few.
Pretty much one of a kind. Like one out of 10 or something. Out of all the reality.
Which basically Kevlar explains that it is a interplanar item that came from the realm of fire. And that's why it works.
Because it's the strongest magic.
Yeah, it's literally a type of magic that came from the base elements before that go around the arcane elements, essentially.
Yeah.
It's a complicated thing. Kevlar tries to explain it. Unless you have a high intelligence, it kind of makes sense, but also kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
To Bimp, it makes sense. But she also has a ridiculously high intelligence.
Fair.
I assume you know what item I'll be taking. So.
I assume it's your weapon.
Yeah, the Ravager.
Ravenge Dreadnought.
Yeah, the
Dreadnought.
Ravenge
Yeah.
Dreadnought easily. As soon as you hand it to him, Kevlar does have a hard time picking it up. But you watch him pull out like what appears to be like a little bead, And as soon as he taps the dreadnought, the Ravaged dreadnought, you watch as it just into the bead.
Cool.
Now I am curious. When I no longer have the Ravaged Dreadnought on this plane, how is my connection to Pridka?
You still feel the essence of Pritka in the back of your mind. He essentially is, because through your guys' pact and bond, you are still connected to him. The only issue is communication's a little dicey. He can no longer be formed in front of you. He essentially, without your spellcasting focus, you get the sensations and feelings from him, but you don't get like proper communication from him. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like talking to someone underwater. You would basically hear, but
Yeah.
you still,
melody.
but that sensation, happiness, fear, disgust, anger, all that stuff, you'd still feel all of his emotions in the back of your head.
Cool.
Okay. Fair enough.
Although,
Blue's gonna bring his sunglasses.
I mean, nothing's stopping you. You might get some negative points for wearing sunglasses inside, but I mean that's a personal thing.
It's cool, okay?
You would which Garnan blue not blue Alosa explains to you that it's a similar sensation for her. The truth is she can keep her book on her, but she knows she won't be able to cast any magic, so the item she chooses to bring with her is her athame. So that way she can still, once she has it in her hand, she can feel connected to Jack of the Green.
I'm giving him melody.
Giving him melody?
I don't like having melody not on my hip, but I'm getting him melody.
Yeah, fair enough.
Vegan.
Which
Oh,
is that's his weapon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
As soon
I
as
got my +1.
Kevlar once again gives you a look, Blue, and goes, "It's all right. You know it's with me, so it's safe." As soon as he taps it again, gone. You watch as Philman is dragging himself into the room, and he hands the Kubakiri to Kevlar. Which, again, similar concept.
Yeah, it just
Gone. Exactly. So,
Time to look
tech-
to my
You-
items
you-
to
you-
do what I want to keep.
you all miss me, sons.
good to see you up. You
Well,
tiny cuddles.
Well, I heard there was a party, and we're the guests of honor, I guess.
Yeah.
Wasn't gonna miss the ability to wreck their evening with the lizard folk being there.
Don't blame you one bit.
Not even just
You
a lizard
used to
folk.
be up and walking around.
I have a question
Yes.
about. I want to bring the blowgun, but without the darts and the poison, the blowgun's kind of useless.
The blowgun's magical, so it wouldn't work anyways.
Well, I mean, it would still function.
It would still function as a normal
Some
blow dart. It would miss the magical element, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The only problem is, again, this is considered a weapon, so you would have to leave it behind unless you put it in. But
That's what I was saying.
But if you wanted to bring like your adamantine dagger, you could. If you wanted to bring,
Oh, I couldn't bring the. I can't have. I almost said Pritka.
you only get. Wow, Kazir, I didn't know you were connected to Pritka.
I'm tired.
But I
Hey,
say,
that's my man.
but I say, basically, this is your. If I had to make a comparison, picture it like the main mission from Skyrim, where you have to sneak into the nobles area. You only get to bring a handful of items. In this case, it's just one.
I know, but that's why I was asking, could I bring the blowgun and a dart? Because without the dart, blowgun's worthless.
You could.
And
You could if you wanted to, but I do warn you. I will warn you this, Stray. If like a fight were able to break out, and like you had to defend yourself and everything, you would only have a blow dart, and you'd only have a blowgun and one dart.
oh,
You could probably hide more darts on your person.
Could I try
Just
that?
have darts strapped into your suit.
Basically, well, I mean, I will say
That's
this:
how he would.
you could hide the blow dart. You could bring the blow dart and bring about 20 darts with you. Like you could, Kevlar could do that for you. You could do the same thing with your bow as well. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, a blowgun and darts would be easier to hide.
I'm just saying, as your DM, if a fight does break, if one of the worst case scenarios comes out of this whole event, which with you guys and with the world you guys are in is always a probability. It's
Yeah.
Actually, the probability.
It never hurts to have a weapon that doesn't run out of ammo.
Could I try taking the darts and the dagger?
Kevlar will.
Only one item.
Kevlar does explain he can only bring one item
Oh,
per
I meant
person.
hide them on me.
You can certainly try, that's for sure. But they are thorough. But these guys are thorough.
Well, I
Yeah,
have
you
a
can
high
put
sleight
that
of
down.
hand.
Put it in the prison wallet, dude.
If you want to,
Oh god.
if you want to
Took
try,
me a moment.
if you essentially want to try to hide your blowgun and your darts on you, you certainly could. I would just ask for you to do a sleight of hand. I would ask for you to do a sleight of hand check before you leave to the ball.
I wanted.
I will help
If
him put it
I
in
were
his
you.
prison wallet.
Well, the problem is, this is my one chance, the only chance we'll probably get to kill the king.
Just bring a knife. Stab him in the spine. It's fine. That rhymes.
Oh, fine. I'll bring the knife and the poison.
About to say the poison. I will say you could hide on your person pretty easily, if you wanted
Just
to.
fake it as alcohol.
You literally could hide it in your loincloth if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what
fake
Zero
it
will
as
do.
alcohol. That's what Blue's doing. He's bringing all of his.
Better say it, but you're not. Do you want to? So you want to bring your adamantine dagger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have him carry the dagger, and I'll hide the poison on me.
Okay. Similar concept. Literally tap, and it's gone.
Yeah.
All right. Karik does come up, and he actually offers up his rapier, which again, similar concept, just disappears like that. Bimp is allowed to keep her arcane focus, and she's keeping her book. She actually, does she even have an item to actually sneak in?
Pardon.
Hold on, I gotta check her spell. I got to check her stat block real fast. I gotta check to see if she has.
Her spell book.
Her spell book is allowed in.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to. She doesn't need to hide that. Literally, that is the thing about a spell book is it's useless if you can't cast magic. Make sense?
Oh, but my sword isn't. I see how it is.
Your sword is incredibly dangerous with or without magic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Doll, see? Slice his hand on it, doll.
No, yeah, arm comes off. No.
That's a one-time thing. Yeah,
Bim-
I've never do that before.
Bim's spellbook and
Guys,
Bim,
it's fine. I'll just do some.
Bim's book and Bim's orb, and does not need to be hidden, because it's an arcane focus and in her arcane book, which neither of them are illegal to bring in. Gotta say, oh gosh, what would she bring with her? Hold on, I actually have to double check her stuff. Talk amongst yourself for a
One of
second.
us give her something instead.
She brings a gun.
She just pulls out a Glock. Hold on. I gotta see if she thinks anything is worth bringing in secretly. Here we go.
Could she bring someone else's something?
She could. I'm about to say, hold on 1 second. Oh my god, Bimp, you actually have nothing to bring in. You have a normal quarterstaff, which you never use. Because you do negative damage when you hit people with it.
Wait, really?
Quarterstaffs are a strength weapon. And Bimp has negatives in strength.
Holy shit.
Why do you think on a battlefield she would sooner stick to someone who actually is stronger than her?
Well, that makes sense. That
And
does make
and also magically she's fucking ridiculous. About to say, but
sense. Fair.
with that being said, Bimp does look to all of you and go, I really actually don't really need anything snuck into the castle, so if any of you want to bring an extra item, you certainly could.
I'll take you up on that offer. Anyone else needs to bring something?
Let me. Ted,
Hold on. Are we allowed to just bring like general items like my flask?
They're gonna advise against that. Basically, a lot of your like packs and stuff like that, unfortunately, need to be left behind. Anything that's considered like potentially dangerous or could hide something, they basically want you to leave it behind. Also, hi, Irma.
Hey,
I
Fargo.
I was.
So,
I mean, I could let them look into it.
even you, Belwraith,
I'll
with your
bring it.
with like your priest pack, they would actually check that.
Mm.
Like they would ask you to leave it behind because of the fact that, like, even though they have no reason to doubt that you're a criminal, they would still do it to anyone.
They have no reason to doubt that I'm a criminal. Hold on.
Basically, they don't think you're a criminal.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is that they would ask this of nobility too.
Could I ask him to keep the poison?
I mean, Bimp does not have an item to bring in.
I was actually going to do my breastplate of intellect fortress just in case it were to happen.
You're
Hold on. How long does that take to put on? Because that might not be helpful.
Oh yeah.
Winter.
Hold on.
it. Go ahead.
It's that one meme of someone pulling out a revolver from a Bible.
Oh Jesus! This guy's holy.
Well,
Gotta be
I
an
would-
evil
I
schemer,
would-
obviously.
Even no matter how long it would take to put on, I would say it's worth it because of the amount of stuff I get from putting it on.
Yeah, but
Putting
if
what
it took
on?
like 5 minutes of
The
to put
breastplate
on
of
your-
intellect fortress.
Oh, that takes I think 10 minutes.
Hold on, I'm double checking.
Yeah,
I'm double
so-
checking right now.
If initiative started, that's like 20 rounds.
Hold on a second. It is a breastplate, so it is medium armor.
That it,
It takes 5 minutes to don it.
That's like 50 rounds.
Yeah. Okay. Something else then.
Like, I feel you. If we were able to see it,
This is one of
I
those
don't think
things
so.
where it's one of those things where it's like, I agree, as a DM, I absolutely agree with you. Having armor in a situation where combat might break out is too useful to have.
Oh yeah.
The only problem is that basically this is a situation where this is the kind of situation the king is trying to push on everyone, where everyone is essentially defenseless. Like
Yeah.
everyone's weak.
but you gotta understand, even the king's not gonna be wearing armor.
In that case,
Ooh.
then no, I don't have anything.
Good to know that.
But on the bright side, your natural armor still kicks in.
Oh yeah.
So you still
It's
have
just 2 more AC with the.
absolutely,
breastplate.
absolutely.
Well, that's all they.
But at the same time, your natural armor still kicks in for this, so you still are at least fairly protected. Compared to Bimp, who has an AC of 10. Well, to be fair, with her
Do
dex,
I actually have to have the armor on to get the effects? Because it just says when attuned, and I'm attuned to it. So
the only problem is that it implies that you're wearing it.
damn.
But that'd be like saying hey, could I still get the benefits of my chainmail even though it's over there?
Yeah, or like going. Like, hey, can I still cast Fireball even though I'm attuned to my staff, but I don't have it with me?
Yeah, it would be like,
Do I get
Do you get your true
hold
sight
on,
even when
do
you're
I
not
get
wearing your
the
mask?
effects of my Vorpal blade with this dagger?
I get the point.
Anyways, but
Ooh,
Purple
you
dagger.
okay, man?
yeah, just sinuses. That's all. About to say, I'm taking a drink of my Gatorade.
Oh wait, what did Belwraith put in? Sorry, I'm not sure. if I-
I'm gonna be putting in my mace. I didn't say it until now.
You're gonna be putting in your mace. All right. Again.
Yes, it isn't magical, so
Nope.
it still
Does
works.
anyone have anything that could take up the?
I mean, I have the
I mean-
long but
I guess Stray. What did you put in again?
my dagger. the adamantine dagger.
Okay, you could have
I-
them put in your bow.
I always have the flashbang.
No, I can't use the bow if
I
I don't have the.
I always have the flashbang.
Like I said, Stray,
Understood.
he would be able, in the course of one item, he'd still be able to sneak in the quiver as well.
Hey, I
Oh.
mean, flashbang in a crowded area is less good than it could be. However, it's still a flashbang.
Wait, could I put darts in the quiver of holding too?
I mean, well, no, unfortunately, the quiver of holding
Oh,
was
yeah.
was specifically designed for arrows. It was a good idea, but the problem is it's specifically
yeah,
designed for arrows.
Yeah, I realized that.
I say we do Kazir's bow.
Having a bowman with range is not a bad idea.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
true, but then I couldn't use the dagger, and
No, if you're taking Bemp's spot, you have both.
yes, but then I'd have to take the arrows too because
Like a-
That's
no
one
arrows.
item.
They'd get combined.
Stray. It would count as one item. Like
Wait, the
your
bow
your
and
bow
the-
your bow and
Yes.
and your quiver would count as
Oh,
one item.
wait, no, I can't take the quiver. I can't take the quiver because, ew.
It's magical.
Yeah, it's magical. So,
Just
I mean, you can still
You
take
had-
it.
Then I guess I
you
could
just
take-
won't have the physical. You'll
well, I
still
guess
have
I could take out
object of the
all
quiver.
but 20 arrows, right?
You could.
yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Because if it goes into the thing, then the
Just
quiver
I
of holding.
I mean,
part-
if you really want to borrow Guardian's quiver, you can. Because it's a standard quiver.
which would have just 20 arrows in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have to worry about the magic turning off.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
I'll
And
use Garnan's quiver in case.
Okay. In that case, in Bim's spot, you Kazir, you will have your dagger and both and your bow with 20 arrows.
Cool.
Knuckle is actually going to put in his sword because he wants to keep it near just in
Has a
case.
sword?
He does. He is proficient.
He's-
He is proficient in the longsword
He's stabbed
You get that.
several people.
because of his considering the fact that he is a warforged. He was designed for war, but then chose to go down. But when he got his choice, he kept putting it. Well, he chose to be. He chose to down the path of faith and righteousness, but he still kept all of his. He is a warforged trained with all martial weapons.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
wow.
Elven Warforged.
Yeah, he essentially could. He essentially could wield a battle axe if he wanted to.
He could just pick up a great axe. Fight me.
Exactly. He is a threat to society. That why do you think war people are afraid of Warforged typically?
Fair.
Especially ones gaining consciousness.
Blue has a lot of really cool clothing items. So I'm just gonna set that there in DMs. He's gonna wear that.
Hold on, let me take a look at it. And also, by the way, Herma, about to say, good choice. My buddy M really loves Cult of the Lamb.
I was the one who suggested he get it.
It,
'Cause
it's it's very
getting
fun.
it for free from me. He's getting it for free through my account. It's a very fun game. I've already won it.
Oh, cool.
On day 87.
All of these
Forgot to
all of
like
the-
stream.
all of these items are available for you to take, Blue, so you shouldn't run into no issues. Just know that none of while in anti-magic, all the magical ones don't work.
None will work, but they look really cool.
They do look really cool, especially the gloves. They do look really good. And also, you would notice that Alosa is absolutely still wearing her armband.
Yeah.
She refuses to give that up.
I have the necklace Alosa gave me, but I don't think it'll look too highly on me wearing it there.
Yeah, well, considering the fact that the thing about the armband and the gloves and even the necklace, they do have semblance of hexcraft, which is frowned upon. So just make sure you note if you want to, like, just even just now, if you just want to say, hey, I want to make sure that some of those markings are covered up so no one can see them.
What I'm not taking, I'm putting in the bag.
Hold on.
Which is perfectly fine. Which, by the way, Roland openly says all items that you guys are not taking with them is going to go into his own personal vault so that they will be safe and cannot be mixed up with anybody else's stuff.
Cool.
Hooray.
Which, by the way, which Blue, you would know, Roland being an incredibly high-level bard, his whenever he has something, it is safe.
It's safe. I'll just leave the gloves of Hexcraft because Blue already had gloves with suit.
Fair.
They're really cool looking gloves
But-
too.
With that being said, hold on one second. I just want to make sure I didn't forget anyone. Yep. All right. All of you now have your items that you wanted taken, and just a quick down the list, just to make sure this is done and good to go. Garnan, you chose the Ravaged Dreadnought. That is Kazir.
Dragonaut, not Dreadnought.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Dragonaut. Apologies. Better say for you, Kazir, you chose your dagger, and because Bimp gave up her spot, you have your bow with 20 arrows.
Yes.
Better say
My quiver, you better give that back, you little fuck.
Oh, I will.
for you, Belwraith, you chose
Just as soon as we get out of there, as soon as I get my own quiver back, yours is a.
for you, Belwraith, you chose to have the gnarled mace brought with you.
Correct. Is the bonus damage on it magical or?
It is. It is technically not magical. Technically.
Okay.
It's not magical because it's just shaped where it rips
Yeah,
in the flesh.
essentially, similar to the.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to double check. Either way, I'm still taking it.
It's similar to the Ravager's blood effect. It technically is magical in a sense for the Ravager. The only difference is that it does a certain amount of blood damage because of
what?
it. The amount if a creature bleeds, it does more damage with the Ravager. That technically, we talked about. You use it all the time. You shush.
What are you talking about?
You shut the fuck up. Well,
Ravager.
don't mess with me. Sorry, the with the Ravage Dragonaut. It was the
hard.
it was no. It was the Ravager prior, which is why I was referencing it.
I'm just gonna call it the Dravaged Dreadnought.
Exactly. Anyways,
The
Blue,
Dragon Ravager.
you chose to put Melody in.
Yes.
Okay. Better say Philman chose to put Kupakiri in.
I think that sword's actually getting some use.
Hey man, Philman's a big guy and could use a big weapon. It's how it goes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That
I'm
is-
glad he's using it.
Better say Kark chose to put it in his rapier. And last but not least, which by the way, if you look at Kark's rapier, it does seem to have some nice interesting carvings on it now.
Hooray.
And last but not least, Alosa chose her Athame, so to be her spellcasting focus essentially, which unfortunately, unlike
Focus?
yes, similar to how the Ravaged Dragonaut is your focus.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Basically, unfortunately, hers also doubles as a weapon, so it would not be allowed in. Whereas Bimp's orb is not considered a weapon.
And well,
Right.
hold on. My loot's technically a weapon if I smack someone over the head.
Yeah, but you're also a bard, and that would be strength based.
Well, using that logic, we wouldn't because it's just either.
Yeah, exactly. You guys would be in straitjackets as you were going to the ball. Not to mention, Blue, you would know that the only people allowed to wear armor and have weapons are the guards. And
Okay, we're 2 hours into this. We should really get
Oh
going.
wow.
we're
really?
not 2 hours in. We're just about an hour. We're just at at the hour threshold. I apologize. Well, I mean, this is a lot, and I just wanted to make sure that
No, it's because I'm not used to being in the right time zone.
Oh.
Back
We're-
to the East Coast.
You thought that it was A, and yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess I didn't mention stream. I'm currently not in my dorm anymore. I'm at my house for tonight.
Exactly.
I'm going
So
back tomorrow.
exactly. So either way, this is very important information going into this. So there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with
Yeah.
taking a little time to verify.
Oh, correction. There are two things that Kazir would take. The fragment. I almost said Jiglag. Jubilex.
Yes,
the fragment of Jubilex, and the map of the Neonaga location.
the map of the Neonaga should be fine. About to say there's no innate magical effects. You can fold it up really, really nicely and have it in your pocket if you wanted to. It is, I mean, you could choose to have that on you. You could choose not to for the Neonaga. But as far as the piece of Jubilex, you will be able to get that in, no problem. You could, if you wanted to, you could disguise that as jewelry, and no one would even bat an eyelash. The only thing is, you don't know exactly how it will be affected once you go inside of this anti-magic field. It is interplanar, which means that it is from another dimension, so you're not sure how it will be affected. But if it works similarly to how Kevlar's item works, it should not be affected whatsoever.
It goes boom.
Basically, the anti-magic shouldn't do anything to it, essentially, because this particular kind of anti-magic doesn't affect, like, this is a piece of a god, essentially.
Yeah.
Like,
so we're talking really powerful shit.
Yeah, if this was going to break it, about to say we should all be afraid, because you would then be releasing a piece of. You'd be releasing a piece of an abyssal lord, an abyssal prince into the material plane.
Crap.
So it's up to you if you want to take it with you or leave it behind.
If the avatar's there, we'll probably be able to make him out. It'll be one of the two people that's with the moment.
That's a good point.
Speaking of,
I'll leave the fragment.
All right. Yeah, again, Roland will keep it in his private safe, which is magical in nature that no one can get to except for him.
Cool.
Speaking of, Roland does kind of. Speaking of the guests we are expecting tonight, this is going to be while this is again for a formality, essentially. A lot of people do this every year to just kind of schmooze with other nobility, other groups, form relations. You know how it is. If any, which looking at you, Blue, you know how it is. Looking at you, Belwraith, you know how it is.
You know how it is.
Like, this is literally just a way to kind of like spread your message amongst your peers, essentially. It is a situation. Yeah, it's a formality. But Roland does look at you all and goes, and just as a reminder, we have some interesting parties in play here. Between having all the barons of Atharia in one place is already going to be a unique situation. But also having some archmages here from around Atharia, having representatives of the Church of Tyr from Hadstow coming in, representing the Archdal. We have the Mane of Uskar coming in, which is already a big enough deal. And then we got the confirmed invitation from the terrorist organization of the Broken Skull. Apparently, again, the only one that's confirmed is a individual named for Malden. We don't know. I have no idea who the other two are. None of my agents have been able to tell me. And unfortunately,
I assume the king knows.
If he does, he's not saying. He is
Right.
If it's one of the people I think it might be, you'll probably recognize him, or you won't. He's changed his forms a lot.
Indeed. From what my agents tell me, we have an idea of what to expect, and we are, and the guards and the magic users around the castle are adapted to change in case, and depending on who it is that's going to be showing up. Thanks to some of our adventures, thanks to you all telling us some of the things you know about them, we've been able to keep an updated tab on them. The only thing I have worried is what they have planned up their sleeves. These people, let's be honest here, these creatures are far more powerful than anything we've dealt with before. But with the amount of people that we have here, the things we have planned here, and the setup we have, and with all our pre-planning, it should be straightforward. The only problem is you all know them better than we do. You've actually survived first contact with them.
Hi.
Yeah.
The question comes down, do you think there's something else they could be planning?
Oh,
Definitely. Absolutely.
Jinx.
Shut up.
With that being said, we will plan for our contingencies. And this is but even though we would rather you all come in armed to the teeth, prepared, we do need to keep a semblance of respect for everyone that walks in. If this leads to an incident with the broken skull, we don't want this to lead into an incident with Uskar. The last thing we need is a two-front war.
Understandable.
The last thing he turns over to you, Belwright. The last thing we need is the church to turn on us. We do need their magic to protect the rest of Atharia.
Belrith nods.
He turns over to you, Blue. We need the magic users on our side as well, Blue.
What did I do?
You think I haven't forgotten the things you've done in the past?
I've been trying to get better.
And then he turns over to you, Garnan. And if everything goes south, if all else fails, we need people like you that we can trust to protect
Me for that?
You are a big individual who's seen a lot of combat and can handle yourself in a fight. And he looks you up and down, with or without armor.
Don't get me wrong, I know it looks sexy, but don't check me out before a ball. I get the inclination that you might want to dance. Wink.
He looks at you and he says, "Don't tempt me." But the only thing is, I don't need a wild card killing me in my sleep. In the meantime, looking at you once again, and all of you once again, remember what I asked you. This is a personal mission from us, the spies of Atharia and the Royal Guard. If all else fails, Queen Atharia II needs to come out of this alive, no matter what.
Since I'm likely the biggest here, should I take notice of that?
Yeah. Just if you could keep your eyes peeled, and maybe don't wander too far out of eyesight. That is all I could ask of you.
If there's another certain blue guy there, try to find me before I see him.
Absolutely.
Bluish purple now.
If I see him, you'll be the first to know.
Might even be red by this time, actually, not that I think
Isn't he red and purple now? Or white and purple now?
Above game, you would know that he was born a bluish color, and he, as far as you guys know, he has turned purple with reddish eyes.
Complete purple.
Like his eyes are essentially bloodshot. But with that being said, back in game, the thing about all this is that every guest is announced, so there's no hiding. We are all on even terms, and with this, with how the castle works, this could be very dangerous if this gets out of hand. Fortunately, he points to himself. He points to Kevlar. People like us, people like this, are the contingency plan if things go out of hand. I just have no idea what this terrorist group is willing to do. But we doubled down on security, not only at the castle but the entire city. We have this place ready to go in case it needs to get put on lockdown. I have no idea what to expect. But with that being...
An attack. Expect an attack. I don't trust the broken skull at all.
I know. Which is why we pulled a favor with some holy groups in the country to add some extra protection.
Good.
But with that being said, Rest up. Make sure you got your clothes prepped and ready to go. This is going to be a interesting evening, to say the least. And essentially, me as the DM, if there's anything you guys want to talk about, anything you guys want to plan out or prep ahead of time, now is the time to do it.
Can I murder Dathana in a bathroom stall?
Tempting, but no.
I'm gonna ask Kevlar what type of alcohol there is.
Kevlar will explain. Pretty much all the international shit is going to be there.
Oh, fun.
There are two things Kazir would want to do.
Yes.
He wants to commune with some maiden of mulch.
the lady of rot.
Rot, I mean.
Which
Where's the
which by the way, Stray.
Mother of mulch.
Which by the way, Stray. You do not need to be worried about separating from your arcane focus.
Oh yeah, it's
You
mulch
are
on his
the
arm.
archie.
It's literally a piece of rot on essentially rotten stuff on mixed into your fur.
Well, I was kind of picturing it as like God, where's my head at?
It's all good.
The green stuff that grows.
Yeah. That's
ivy,
moss.
Moss. Like I was picturing.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
Kind
Pretty,
of like dried moss.
pretty much, yeah. It is essentially what it is. It's like basically mixed into your fur.
Yeah. Oh, you! God dang gnats. Sorry.
Oh, dude, don't
Oh,
feel
yeah.
bad. Flies, man, they're the worst.
Yeah.
Demons.
But so you wanted to try to talk to her, and what was the second thing?
Just to see if. The second thing was ask Karik the name of the guy who married his ex, basically.
Oh,
I want to
oh,
know if he shows up.
oh, his bro. Oh,
Not
you're
to
talking.
see
You're
sex.
you're talking about his brother.
Yeah, his brother.
Which, by the way,
Thank you.
I did thank you for asking me ahead of time, so that way I could plan that out. His brother is. He will tell you his brother's name was Dimitri.
Dimitri. I should have remembered that.
No,
name.
it's all good. It's all good. His brother's name is Dimitri, and it was his brother who married the matron instead of him. But with that being said, you wanted to ask the Lady of Rot a question.
Oh yes. If she knows anything about where Juvlex's avatar might be, like if she's heard anything, it's unlikely, but you know.
If the moss has gossiped about,
Roll me a d20, just straight.
All right. I'll do it on screen just because. No, that's wrong.
It is raining so loud outside.
Other way around. There. Wow. Well, okay.
What'd you get?
A one.
One.
A natural one.
Yes, a natural one.
As you try to connect to Zugat Moy and speak
Thank
with her, no problem, and speak with her, it's almost as if there's a little bit of interference. You kind of grab the moss and everything in your fur, and you kind of just focus and like really try to concentrate. But it's almost as if that connection isn't there at the moment.
Ooh.
You still feel the power coursing through you. You can still connect to your magic.
It's not the severed, just the line of communication.
Yeah, it's almost as if like something is kind of blocking you out. Which honestly, no roll necessary. You do roll back to remember. Roland said he put out some extra precautions just in case.
Yeah.
So maybe that might have something to do with it, but you're not sure.
Yeah. Fair. Okay, that's all.
Okay. Gotta say, was there anything else anyone would like to do to prep for this?
Oh, right now my cat's licking me.
Oh,
Aw.
fair.
I'm just gonna give my dogs pits
So,
and steak.
so animal attention, spending time with them. Garnet, I assume the same for you.
I'm just doing a little bit of meditation training with Alyssa, just just before.
Which, by the way,
Well.
as you're meditating, you watch as your essentially your dire wolf, which, by the way, has gotten bigger. He is. Oh yeah, he's been growing in size. Don't forget, you've had him for a few months now. He is getting to a decent size. He's probably the size. He's probably the size of a full like. He is about the size of a lab, if not a little bit bigger at this point. His size is still growing. And but
That's Layla.
yeah, that was Layla. Which, by the way, as you are meditating, you watch as she does curl up in your lap and just sleep there.
Oh,
Uh, wait.
Which, because you are a giant size, it's essentially like having a pup in your lap.
I'll take a break. A little bit. And go back to it.
Fair enough.
Meditate while petting. That is your meditation.
yeah,
Pet-
definitely.
Petation, man, it's a whole thing. But that being said, everyone else is prepping for tonight, and as the day progresses, you watch as the tailors that worked with you guys for your clothes are basically ready to help you guys make sure any last minute adjustments and fits work perfectly. So in this case, I'm going to give a moment. I want each of you to tell me exactly what your character is wearing, starting at the top of my list here on the screen, Blue.
Oh, hold on. I gotta get the pictures.
Where did I put the picture? I don't
Cool.
remember. I just checked her DMs and.
Hold on.
But I
Did you put it just right in the D&D chat?
I thought I did, but I can't find it.
Hold on.
There it is.
Yeah!
Am I being generous?
Bless you.
Bless
Bless you.
Let me see. Yep, there it is. It was in D&D. It just didn't pop up.
Okay.
Weird.
So, Blue, please explain what Blue is wearing.
So, Blue has a full blue tuxedo with a golden tie, and a white undershirt. He also commissioned a blue fedora. On his hip he is going to wear his special cult mask. He has two necklaces around his neck, and a poison protection, which he's had forever, and the Timekeeper's Haven. He
Oh.
has his
That reminds me. By the way, your necklaces that you got from the God of Time, it's quote unquote. You guys still can't take those off, so those technically come with you no matter what. I just want to make sure that's put out there.
I didn't know we couldn't take them off in the first place. But okay.
Blue tried Blue tried to take it off and it didn't work.
he tried. Okay.
How long have I been muted?
He's gonna. Not long after you started sneezing.
It's all good.
Oh, okay. Thank you for reminding me.
But keep on.
He has his sunglasses pretty much tucked into the collar of his shirt. He has two golden rings on one hand, and a golden ring on the other, and a ring that he just got, which is the Ring of Warmth. And he has blue boots, because he's taking his boots of water walking. He also has blue gloves that he commissioned,
Mm-hmm.
which are
So noted. Blue is blue.
Very
blue
blue.
is blue.
He joined the Blue Man
Blue
group.
is blue, very blue. He is the blue man.
All right. And with that being said, the tie was gold, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
He has a golden tie.
Looking.
And the inside of the door golden, because blue and gold go well together.
Better say you are looking mighty dapper, my friend. Which, by the way, as you are getting tailored and everything, Roland and Kevlar do take the time to try to. Kevlar tries to make you look a little bit cooler, and Roland fixes that and tries to make you look more professional. It's just a whole thing.
Picture that. That's cool. That's cool.
All right, so
Like the little brother growing the problem.
yeah, pretty much. With that being
Older brother's trying to make him look cool, but dad's trying to stop that.
yeah, pretty much. Basically, Blue it has a look, and he is ready to go. Bellwraith.
Look.
You're muted, Bell.
Just one moment. I'm just sending it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, wait.
Do
You
you
can
want,
wait a moment or two.
do you want me to just come back to you in a moment?
No, I have it right here.
Okay, okay.
The Wraith is wearing a green suit with a black undershirt. The green is a little bit faded almost, and it almost accentuates the golden necklace, letting it sit at just around, just about his sternum, and it shows it off very well. I'll send a picture in the chat.
Absolutely.
Ooh. I think that's beige.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
just
It's like
a
a
fairly
It's like a
faded green.
yeah, it's like a forest green where it's just like it's deep enough that it's
Oh yeah, beige is brown.
yeah, beige is like a brown color. But this is like more of a kind of a forest green, maybe a little bit lighter than that.
Like beige is kind of almost the middle color between brown and that greenish.
I do see where you're picking up beige, though.
I mean, it's not quite beige if you look side by side, but yeah.
I do like that black though. The black does look really good with that though.
Agreed.
IRL, I would totally wear this suit.
Ow.
Black and there's a tree that looks like that. Anyways.
But anyways, were you going for like the black undershirt with that and everything, or were you
Yep.
going to? Okay.
Basically, exactly that suit, but where not the black, but the second, I don't know what you call it, the vest.
Yeah.
When the vest comes to a V, that's where the medallion is sitting.
Mm-hmm. All right. With that being said, and the mask.
The mask is
The kind of gold and the green mask with gold trim.
Viridian
he
green.
decided against it, unfortunately.
But I mean, if you want to veto that now, you can. But if you want to keep it, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's being vetoed. He did have it made, but he's not going to wear it
okay.
because now he knows that Mary already knows of his.
Just because that was bothering me.
Not Mary, the other Dathana.
Dathana.
The bad one.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's a
I thought
fern.
I thought you were excited to see Dathana.
It's the fern. That's the color I'm looking for.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
Turquoise is blue, and no one can tell me otherwise. And so is
No,
teal.
I agree. Turquoise is like really sky blue.
Olive, and moss. Those are also brown. Asparagus.
Oh yeah, I agree.
That's a vegetable, not a color.
Well, I mean, it does look like the color. Asparagus is a color.
That's a vegetable, not a color.
Well, I mean, it's the color of a vegetable too.
Vegetables are more like Kelly green.
I mean, lettuce green is not near the same as like
I do
spinach green.
honestly. I do very much love forest green.
Different topic.
I do like forest green and shamrock. I think those are still my two favorite like types of green.
Same here.
Okay,
Those are
moving
pretty
on.
nice.
Army green, you are brown.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Army green, olive, moss, you are brown. Asparagus, you're riding the fucking
Oh.
line.
And turquoise is fucking blue.
Turquoise, you're blue. Same with you, teal. Get out of here.
Pine
Yeah,
green.
yeah,
That's
That rides the
Anyway.
line.
kind of.
To the thing.
But okay, color theory aside,
Sorry. We'll
This
have
is
to
a
talk about
theory.
this later.
Winter, this isn't a theory. This is facts.
Well, I mean, sea green looks really gray to me too.
This ain't color theory. This is color fact.
all right. Anyways, so basically riding up in a full-on green and black suit, essentially.
Well, if we're going off the shades of green, it's a fern and black suit.
It's a fern and black suit. But I say, with that being said, since you don't want to go with the mask, did you want to have like a retroactively a hat made, or just going flat with the suit?
Just fly with the suit.
Fair enough. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with it.
He did trim up his beard a little bit for this.
Nice, nice. All right. That being said, with Belwraith looking the way he does, Garnan, how do you look going into this?
So, using this as a reference, Garnan is dressed essentially in his tribe's like noble
Garbs.
clothing because that's where he's, what he's used to. However, instead of it being, I think it's a brown bear, maybe black, it's a saber-tooth. I don't know what quite color because I don't think I was told.
I was told you
But
are
the
allowed to
tooth-
choose
Oh, okay.
because of the fact
White
that
saber-tooth.
because white bear, because you're so close to the mountains, white bears could be it. There, you're close enough to the forest. The brown bears could be it, and you're also close
It
enough
was
to.
a saber-tooth. Oh, wait, no, it was a bear.
It was you?
Right,
You
right.
chose a dire bear.
I was thinking saber-tooth for some reason, but yes, it is a bear. So in that case, never mind. Yeah, no, that's pretty much it.
All right, and but I say you would know all the metal that comes into this is very shined and very good looking. Essentially, Garnet, the moment you get to see look in a mirror to see what this looks like on you, you can't help but feel probably an equalness of like happiness to like how authentic it is, with maybe just a tinge of sadness, as it has been a very long time since you've been home.
And then happiness again, because now he's got a new family.
Indeed. But it is.
No,
But it's
Whether-
it's made with very good cloth, very sturdy. Like they decided, they agreed with you that if you're gonna make this authentic, they're gonna do it as good as do as good a job to keep it authentic. The fabric that's attached to it to keep everything in line is very thick and like very tough to tear. You Garnet, for you, even for you, this would be a very hard thing to just tear with your hands. Like this is solid work craftsmanship. They did a good job.
I realize I want to test it, but
I mean, if you want to, you certainly can. But I mean,
I did spend quite a bit of money on it. So.
Indeed.
This was free. The clothing was free, right?
Yes, the tailor job
Okay.
was done. The tailoring job was done for you guys on the king's behalf.
I spent a ton of money on this. I don't want to do it.
I mean, pretty much, you guys get to keep these after this, by the way. So it's like,
Ooh,
so
definitely adding that to my inventory.
you certainly can add these to your inventory. These outfits belong to you.
Cool.
With that being said, Kazir, what do you look like going into this?
I'm having a bit of trouble trying to type my clothing, actually. I've been looking at it for the last half hour. So I'm just gonna post.
Straight, you literally had 2 weeks. Okay.
Well, I have it here. It's just
Hard
really
to,
hard to describe.
hard to describe.
So I'll just post the pictures here. Kind of a leather coat with fancy addings. No, I'll try to add.
If you post it,
It's
if you post it, I can help describe it if you want.
I'll just post it.
God damn, I forgot how fancy you decided to go with. So
I figured
It's good. I like it.
fancy as he could get.
Honestly, if you had the best way to describe it, I would honestly say you have like an incredibly fancy, like, essentially it's almost like a captain's like long coat,
Oh yeah.
embellished with like a metal belt, like that is kind of like gold lined and everything with rubies. You would see that there's like a vestment that is like red and gold. It's red with a gold trim on it to kind of accent like where your chest muscles are, and
Yeah, that's a good point.
not to mention you have a kind of a front flowing cape as well to kind of aid in the fanciness of the long coat, and it advertises the regal colors you decided to go with. Is there a particular reason you went with red and gold?
Just because I figured they looked good together.
Fair enough. But as and accented with your fur and everything, it does complement well. You would know that these, for you in particular, while the long coat is made of some very durable like fabric and everything, and the metal on it is very embellished and looking very like it is similar to the metal done on Garnan's outfit. It is very well put together. Like the craftsman took pride in making it. So honestly, even if you stabbed this with one of your daggers, it would probably still have a hard time cutting through it.
Oh.
And also the fact that the like inner clothing, like the vest, the inner vest, and like the front cape and everything for the lower section of your body, it's actually made of lighter material, so it actually feels it's free moving, so you don't feel like the clothes are like sticking to you or like restricting you.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Essentially,
That's
if
a good description.
essentially if you wanted to do acrobatics in these clothes, you could.
Good to know.
With that being said, however, the rest of your party, I will describe these very simply, very easily, and I will not take too much time with this, I promise. For Bimp, she decided to go with actually more like classy looking robes. If any of you guys have seen like anything that has to do with like arcane like mages showing up to parties, they're typically very well done robes and actually have embellished like hoods and stuff that go with it. She chose to go with like essentially a what's the term for it? It's one of my favorite colors of red. It's like essentially the closest I can think of is like it's a scarlet red, and you would see that it actually has apologies. She chose to go with white trimming on the edges and everything to essentially show the red off a lot more, and essentially around the sleeves ends and around the vesta, the V that goes around the hood, you would notice that the white does give in to the red a little bit, so it kind of looks like flames going up to where the rims of her clothes are. For Karik, he is he decided to go to be a classy motherfucker. He decided to go similar to you guys. He decided to go like full tuxedo essentially. Vermilion red. Thank you, Blitz. Thank you. That is one of my favorite colors of red. But essentially for Kark, he decided to go with like a black tux essentially, but with like a purple vest and tie to go with it. And he actually chose to have a little poof in his like what is it called? It's a specific undershirt that goes with that like they used to wear in ye olden days. It's essentially it's like a puffy undershirt that really kind of accents out. And he decided to go to be the one that stands out. He went for a nice like a fancy wide brim hat for on top of his head. With a and it has a white feather on the top of his head. You guys can probably do the math of why.
Aww, sweet.
Philman, getting Philman to wear anything fancy was a challenge. If I had to describe what Philman looks like, he essentially looks like oh god, what is his proper name? Because that's not his name anymore. Okay, Blue, Tiny, you'll get this one. Remember what McCree looks like from Overwatch? Like his outfit? I can't remember what his name was changed to since they decreed McCree is not his name.
Like Jerry or some shit like that. I don't know.
I can't remember, but essentially it's kind of, if I had to make a comparison, it basically looks like a Desperado look. It's pretty much, yeah. It's high noon for him too, as he has a lot of clothes that are kind of folded in on itself to make it give the illusion of looking fancier. You see that he has kind of cape vestments over his shoulders that kind of give, because he's a big dude. Like he's a really big dude. It's kind of hard for him to pull off like a tuxedo. So for him, he decided to go with something a little bit more his style. Cole Cassidy, thank you. Yeah, his name it used to be McCree, and then they changed it. Apparently there's a racial reason, so I'm not dissing it whatsoever. I just didn't know what his proper name is now. Cole Cassidy, thank you. But essentially, it has the kind of the over-shoulder cape and everything, and it basically goes a decent way around down his body, and he is wearing a cowboy hat, essentially. His colors are mainly black, but you can see vestments of red and gold mixed in with the black. And Knackle looks like himself. Knackle didn't know how to approach this situation. Bimp did help him. So his robes, he is wearing some pretty fancy like priest robes, essentially. A lot of blue and gold to represent the colors of Helm. It was a challenge for him because it was difficult for Nactil to want to embrace this side of himself as he is a construct. But with some work, they were able to come up with an outfit for him that works just fine, that shows off his form, even though he doesn't really have much to show off. But for anybody of religion, it is a strong, like, essentially a strong praise to his god, essentially. But with
basically a fancy version of what he usually wears.
Essentially, yeah. And then, last but not least, Alosa. Alosa went with essentially she decided to go all in on this, and she's actually wearing a full-on dress. Her colors that she chose to go with are... she decided to go with a black dress, but it has various designs of flowers on it, all done in white. It is very much a silk dress, and the sleeves are see-through. She essentially is going to be she had her hair like pulled back, and she actually has what appears to be like a white and gold brooch for her hair, which again accents her hair on the top of her head and really shows off the facial features that she has. And essentially, for all of you who don't know, she does have markings on her body, and these are shown off with her clothes essentially complement those markings on her body. And she is not hiding herself, essentially. This is probably the most open you've ever seen Alosa.
Dirty.
So, in other words, Garnet is blushing like a motherfucker.
Pretty much, which, if I had to make a comparison... and she is also, with that, you do notice that she is wearing gloves that are the same color as her sleeves. And again, I guess the closest I could think of right offhand, it would be a cross between Belle's dress from Beauty and the Beast mixed with the... oh, God. What is the dress called? I can't remember. It's the dress from Pretty Woman, which I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen that movie, ever.
Oh, not in literally years.
But yeah,
my mom made me watch that when I was like...
Yeah, it has like the see-through sleeves and everything, but if you look at the sleeves and everything, it's actually a bunch of flower designs and like vines and stuff that are meshed with silk, essentially.
Nice.
She is... I would honestly say, with all these characters, I did have fun with this. This was actually a little bit of fun.
Blue's gonna give her a high five. Glove gang, yeah.
And she will gladly high five you back. And last but not... Oh, I almost forgot, actually. I almost forgot the last person who would be attending this. It took a... Philman, I already went over with him.
Yeah.
The last but not least...
I was listening. I was just listening.
Henrik.
The last but not least, it took a lot to pull him away from the library. But you see a very debonair individual. You see Henrik in a full-on suit. I had a hard time deciding what Henrik would wear exactly. I essentially decided to go with a classic tuxedo for him. Like pure black, but with like white, with a white undershirt. White and essentially like silver collars for his... What is it called? No, it's silver collars for his wrists and everything. I can't remember what it's called right offhand. It's gonna drive me nuts. I'll remember later. But essentially, he chose to go with these, and he went with a white undershirt because it accents his hair color, especially for his beard, which he did. He also decided to trim down a little bit for the event. But you would notice that his prosthetic arm and everything also is... He's not dead. No, he's not dead. He's just very busy. He has a mission.
Yeah, he's been alive. Winter didn't kill him off or move him out at all yet.
And also, most importantly, his hair is not up. You would notice that for the first time in a very long time, his hair is down.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know how to think about that.
But with that being said, you are all heading towards the castle. Essentially escorted by Roland, who is in a fancy outfit. About to say you would see that. No surprise at all. You would see that no surprise at all. Oh my goodness, I'm dying, and you guys can tell. You guys can tell that. Kevlar is also dressed very well. He cleans up very nice. Also, Herma, don't you worry. Like I'm not inviting you back. He's still a character though. I wasn't gonna kill him off because this isn't a TV show where I'm just like, fuck him, die. It's like no, he still serves a purpose in the world.
He's been voted off the island.
Better say with.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had to laugh at Wells'
He is
response.
not going down the dock of shame. He's not riding the boat of losers. Like, he still serves a purpose in the story.
He's not in the canon of failure.
That
That was a thing.
being said, though, you do see that he is still dressed he is still wearing various magical items on him. Mostly just his necklace, though, is the only thing that stands out. And he is... which, by the way, the weapon he chose to have taken with him is his light shot.
Oh yeah, forgot about.
Of course.
He was not going to leave that one behind if you can.
No, wait. Since I might misunderstand how that works. No, never mind. For a second I did misunderstand, and then it clicked. Never mind. Ignore me.
That being said, though, you guys are essentially walking towards the castle, being escorted from the College of Lore to where the castle is. You notice that the streets have a lot of guards. But you do see a lot of like festive like banners and lights on. You can see as you guys are passing by various buildings, you guys can see like people are having parties all their own. It seems like the royal family does try to advertise that this is essentially a day of celebration.
Sorry. Do I need to roll to hide the poison?
Yeah, roll me a sleight of hand.
All right. I'll use the bot this time.
Bardic inspiration and assistance.
So that means I rolled.
Roll-
2d20.
Add a D.
Yes, roll with
add a D8 and advantage.
I will allow this because Blue's taking the time to help you hide it, which does mean he gets to see places that only your wife has seen.
All right. So first with advantage, then the D8.
Yes.
Holy shit! Natural fucking 20. Oh no, that's the added thing to get. Sorry, brain.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
That's a. So that's a 12.
Plus,
I'm getting to that. Plus
Add the D8.
on the 8. That's a 5 plus my natural sheet,
17,
which is
and then slide in.
Come on, open up, you stupid thing. Right of hands. Plus 11.
so 22. And then if you want to add Bardic Inspiration to really double down on this, you certainly
Oh,
can.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So 12 plus 5 plus 11.
Oh my god, so that is 28.
Yeah. So basically, even my wife would have a hard time finding that.
Yeah, this would be difficult. Like you really hide it there, buddy. You really hide it there.
You're welcome. Blue got to see.
I will personally say the space between the space around your taint is very cramped, but the poison is there.
Yeah.
You
Good
would
to know.
you would know with your background that is a place that people are very seldom to check.
For
Yeah.
Bardic inspiration, Blue's just gonna say, "Good one."
Dang.
It's that
Dang. He
How-
said kind of embarrassed and a little uncomfortable, but going with it.
hey, of all people to help you, Blue would be the one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's the only other rogue. The one who hides shit for a living.
It's true. It's very true. I mean, you could have asked Kevlar, but it would have been kind of awkward.
Yeah, especially since he's pretty much a stranger.
Pretty much, but he's kind of like Blue the second.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Blue number 2.
And I have a feeling he'd be making all kinds of jokes.
Oh, probably. Oh, probably. That is Kevlar. But that being said, you guys are walking through the city. Again, lights are on. People are actually like having a good time. It seems like even though this is an event for the king and his people, for his like the nobility, it seems like the common folks still take it an opportunity to make an event out of this. However, you would know, Blue, that there is always a little bit of resentment as the fact that the king could be using this opportunity to spread good words for himself and to all the people rather than just nobility. But at the same time, it doesn't get the people down. Like, they still try to make this a day for everyone.
It's the Gravity Falls Northwest Gala,
Ow.
if you remember that.
Guys, Abby just brought me banana bread. It's fresh.
Ooh,
It's fresh and just out of the oven.
Nice.
Valerie, you know you're muted, right? Just making sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what the Gravity Falls Northwest Gala is?
I am well aware because I love Gravity Falls.
Cool.
It's pretty much that.
Yeah, pretty much. No, Storm, this is my banana bread. You can't have it.
But he wants it.
I don't care what she wants. It's mine. I love banana bread. It's a personal weakness.
It's ours.
Isn't Storm
Yeah.
the black one?
But anyways, oh,
Ooh.
My black cat is laying next to me, licking herself.
sounds about right.
That's all she does.
Yeah.
But with that being said, Garnan, you would actually feel a tightness around your arm. As you see, you would see Alosa wrapping her arm around yours, and you watch as
He wraps his arm around hers as well.
and you watch as she kind of looks up at you, and you can hear that she's actually been practicing her magic a little bit. You hear you hear something in your head. Well, don't you clean up nice?
What do you mean by that?
Well,
Kiss, kiss.
I've never seen you in an outfit like this before.
It's because I've never worn an outfit like this before.
Well, it's still good to know that you do clean up as well as you do.
You look quite nice as well.
She just looks at it and she goes, "The fabrics and everything are weird here. I do very much miss some of the clothing that we had back in Oshana, but these are still very nice and very comfortable. Hopefully I can show you what the clothes at Oshana look like."
Maybe.
Well, we have a lot to look forward in the future, but as much as I'm excited to see Oshana again, I'm also scared to see what's going to be happening. But tonight's a good night. I'm curious how this is going to go, but be on your guard. I'm very, very skeptical on how this is going to go.
Oh, I
Yes.
expect you to go shit extremely fast.
But you see you do see her look up at you and smile and goes, "But I'm also curious to see how well you dance."
Is this loud?
She is actually being very, very quiet about it. She learned how to use the message cantrip.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just
well, see, seeing her hold on the Guardian's arm, Blue's just gonna yell "kiss" and then
Garden turns around like, what?
Who said that? What the fuck? Yeah, fuck her.
Turns back to Alosa and just kind of starts blushing. And
You watch as she's blushing too, but she just kind of smiles at the whole thing. Tonight's gonna be interesting.
he tries to pull her closer just a little bit, like to his side.
She will not resist. Sorry, I have a mouthful of banana bread. I couldn't help it. I can't help it. It's right here.
Belraith.
I
This
don't
is-
blame you in the slightest.
Belraith
I'd be
notices.
stuffing my face with banana bread too.
Belwraith.
Belraith notices the tender moment, and his mind kind of went to prior life,
Mm-hmm.
just for a moment.
Just for a moment.
Simp.
Sip.
Kazir actually does the same kind of.
Which, Kazir, as you are thinking back on all that, you suddenly feel a very heavy feeling on your shoulder, and you see Philman kind of lean down on you. Don't you worry about it, son. I'm about to say, there's a lot going into tonight. We need your head in the game.
No worries, my heart's always in the game.
If it makes you feel any better, I miss mine too.
Completely understandable.
No worries, Mr. Crocodile Football Coach.
But you watch as you guys are walking, Philman actually extends out his arm to her and holds out a fist to you. We'll get everything straight. I mean, that's what Solaires do, ain't it?
Kazir fist bumps him and nods. That's right.
Hell yeah. You see a very, very large crocodile grin. Now let's go ruin some nobles' nights.
Agree.
Grab the most expensive wine you can and get smashed.
Fucking steal shit!
Yeah, I would bet that's Blue's plan. Get drunk off his ass.
No, he actually has a plan for himself.
I just imagine Blue is the guy from Monster. What is it called? Not Monsters Incorporated. Monster University. When they get caught on the roof and all of a sudden the light's on them, and Blue is just the guy that goes, "I can't go back to prison!" and runs away.
It's been a while since I've seen it, so I'm not sure. But that sounds right.
That's just who I imagine. That's just how I imagine Blue in my mind. Just if they get caught, he's like, "I can't go back to prison!" and runs away.
I mean, he can outrun most people.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Blue speedy.
He gonna kneel on you.
But as you are led up to the stairs that leads into the Royal District, you do see a decent amount of guards. And you see them holding essentially items and having various... you see them with various magical items, and people... You see a couple of nobles ahead of you basically getting checked out. You see them patting them down, you see them just double checking them, and you see them wave this weird, like, rod in front of them.
Oh, fuck.
Which, by the way, as you kind of start to have a moment, you watch as Henrik kind of walks up to you and goes, "Psst, Kazir. Don't worry about that. Remember, your poison is not magical. It's it's science."
It's science. Bill. It's bad.
That is such a
Speaking of science, what I do kind of need to step before.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Just leave it to me. Just leave it to me.
Okay.
I mean, does Kazir know what it does?
Well, he would since he helped make it. But me, I have no clue.
He helped.
Oh, that's a good question.
Hmm.
Would it go off? Would the magic sense go off on Valorant?
You'll find out.
Well, let's find out.
So, as you come up to it, you do see that they're basically, you see the guards go, "Master Roland, it is a pleasure to see you." Roland kind of smiles and goes, "A pleasure to see you as well. I'm here as the escort of the king's personal invites." "Oh, these are the Solaires." "That is correct." "Well, you know how the drill is. You and Kevlar are good. We have no issues, and we trust you completely. However, These ones we'll need to go through one by one. We want to just double check, just be on the safe side. Roland looks to each of you and goes, "That should not be a problem, for they will not try to hide anything if it's in their power."
Correct.
All of my items are shown right on my belt as
What-
trophy.
Which essentially, one by one, they're going over your bodies, just making sure that you're not hiding anything.
Before they scan Valraith, he'll declare that the amulet is cursed and he cannot remove it.
They look at you and they go, "Do you mind?"
He shrugs and, like, goes his neck where the chain goes into his neck.
You watch as they take a look at it, and essentially, you watch as one of them seems to be magically inclined. You watch as he focuses in on it, and you watch him all of a sudden like grab his head and go, "Oh, ow!
Yeah.
You deal with that all the time?"
Instantly.
Ah, well, it's not harmful. It's not gonna hurt anyone. Oh my goodness, son, you might want to think about getting that removed.
He sighs at him, like,
It's on the to-do list.
it's a very much a thanks tips kind of a sigh.
Press X to jump.
But essentially, they go through all your items. Obviously, on a handful of you, they do detect various like magical items.
I'm beeping all over.
Yeah.
Weird,
Yeah.
weird note. That rod does not go off on Alosa.
Oh.
Maybe it doesn't detect, like, divination?
Hex. Doesn't detect hex.
Hexcraft. It doesn't fall into the same school of magic as everything else.
Oh.
It's more alchemy.
It's a mixture.
Makes sense.
It's essentially, if I had to make a comparison, it's about the same kind of magic as a Quincy's magic is compared to the magic used by Soul Reapers.
Quincy. Who the hell is Quincy?
It's a Bleach reference.
Oh. I have no clue. Never seen Bleach. I should probably.
Hey. Everyone's safe. Probably.
Yep. Well, basically, going through everyone's, or another good reference in case you're curious, about to say, oh god, what is it called? Alkahextry, in comparison to actual alchemy
Ah.
from Full Metal Alchemist.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Subclass?
It kind of. It's basically in the. We'll talk about it later. I won't talk about it right now. It's cool though. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Essentially, it does not detect it though. Basically going over everywhere. Knuckle goes off like a fucking firecracker, but
Oh yeah, he is magic.
he literally is magic. So essentially, like, they just kind of go down his ropes and everything, make sure he's good. They see his magical. They do see his arcane focus, which is a necklace on around his neck. You notice that they do note that he has a lot of components and everything in his body that are magical, but they did do some which, by the way, Roland did do extensive research. The anti-magic crystals should not affect him. But if he tries to cast anything, it won't work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Apparently, whoever designed the Warforged made them specific to be able to counter the material planes like anti-magic stuff. Unless you hit him with a dispel magic straight on, it shouldn't turn him off.
Makes sense.
If he does
I really want it.
but if he walks into, say, like, someone casts anti-magic zone or casts like dispel magic, it will turn him off.
Cool. And it won't kill him. It'll just turn him off.
It'll just turn him off.
Technically
He'll
dead.
be quote unquote unconscious.
Unconscious, thank you.
But but the anti-magic crystals should not turn him off.
Cool.
Blue, obviously, they go over all your items and you verify. You basically explained what each of them does. So, and they're basically like, nah, none of these are incredibly dangerous. In fact, most of these are pretty harmless. They're just utility things. Garnan, they go over you and they they notice the ring, and obviously, I assume you explained to them it's a ring of death ward. Or not in so many words, but just in a matter of like, this ring keeps me from dying.
It keeps me alive. That's all you
Yeah.
need to know.
Fair enough. Again, go over Bimp. They notice her arcane focus. They notice her book, but they don't care, basically. Which also, little thing I forgot to mention. Alosa's grimoire looks like essentially has a new cover on it to make it look more like Bimp's book.
Oh, cool.
I think it's pretty obvious why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What did Alosa bring?
Alosa,
Oh,
you,
Athame.
yeah, her athame is inside of the bead.
I remember.
It's all good. And essentially, similar to you guys, Kazir, they go down you. As far as I know, you don't have any magic jewelry or anything like that.
The only thing he has with him is the timekeepers.
Which, by the way, these sticks do not detect.
Really?
They weren't. They were not really designed with. They weren't really designed. You would know that chronoturgy and graviturgy are still two very new forms of magic. So their devices really weren't built to design them, like to designate them out from everything else.
Oh, that's fair.
Not to mention, you have no idea how powerful these necklaces are.
Yeah. True.
Or
True.
what they do.
Yeah, or what they do, or anything like that. For all you know,
Have a name,
this you have a name. Essentially, this is like legend lore territory.
which
Oh,
Elric
yeah, that's
has.
something we should have searched.
But legend lore also comes at a cost, so it's also very cautious to be careful how often
Yeah.
you use it.
But we know that they only have one use per
Yeah,
dome.
per person, as far as you know, these necklaces only have one purpose, but you have no idea what those purposes are.
I don't
And it-
like that as far as you know correction.
Eh? I mean, how much do you know about the god of time in this world?
True, true. Which we should really do research on.
You have had access to
Yeah.
libraries. You guys have just
Yeah.
chosen not to research it.
Well, I mean, Kazir's been busy playing music, constantly checking up on the
It's true.
fragment.
In other words, shit happens.
Yeah.
But with that being said, you guys start to enter into you guys are escorted by Roland and Kevlar up the stairs. Which, by the way, again, to reiterate, this castle is fucking huge. Like, this is probably one of the biggest buildings you guys have ever seen. Blue, you grew up with this. Like, you've seen the size of this. It's huge. Definitely most places can't compare in size. Belwraith, the only place that's ever compared in size to this is the Grand Cathedral of Tyr. You would like, basically they were both made very similarly, but the difference is the castle may be a little bit bigger because obviously it's for the king, and so it's a little bit more garish, and the cathedral was more made with faith in mind and representation.
Yeah.
For you, Garnan, this is a fucking big building. Like, a fucking big building.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Big.
pretty much. And Kazir, this is good. But, I mean, you know, the Grand Fortress of the Main is also quite the spectacle to see, so.
Oh, Kazir's actually seen the building. Cool.
I would argue, say that at some point in your life, you've probably passed through it. It's very hard for anybody who lives inside of Uskar to not pass through the capital at least once.
Oh, that makes sense.
Especially with your background, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
basically-
You would have at least visited one.
Yeah, basically, if I had to make a comparison to, like, the size of this, again, to make the
Taj Mahal kind of size.
yeah, kind of the Taj Mahal, but I would argue, but the main actually looks more like you ever see the grand stone towers of like the Aztec people and everything?
Oh yeah, I think
It's more like that. Like-
not really, but
Yeah,
pictures.
like the pictures of like the giant Mayan temples and everything. The main's
Yeah.
essentially stronghold is essentially similar to that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
It is the most protected place in all of Uskar.
In we
Ah,
go.
good to
Fun stuff. But anyways, that being said, you guys are escorted up to this grand, like, as soon as you guys are up the stairs, you are now on this giant landing that you see a bunch of guards essentially just doing circles around the building constantly. You can't help but feel like you're being watched pretty much all the time.
Perfect.
know.
As you guys walk up to the gate, you see a person holding a giant trumpet, which essentially looks at you and goes, "Hello, can I get your names?"
My name, Blue Ward. Where are the flares?
Roland just gives you a look, Blue. That was very rude.
I know.
Even. God, that was rude.
Please follow me.
Okay.
I love how everyone was just fucking like, "Oh my god, this is the DM's Eeyore character. Let's follow." You watch as he steps forward with his giant trumpet, and you watch as he lifts it up. You notice that there's a flag on it, which you guys would see. This is the royal emblem of Atharia. Which, do I need to remind you guys what the royal emblem of Atharia looks like?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever gone over with you guys what the
I think
royal
you might
insignia.
have mentioned it once, but I have no clue outside of that.
The royal insignia of Atharia is essentially what appears to be the symbol of a giant griffin, and you see that there are essentially there's a long sword going straight down, with a symbol of and you would see the symbol of like fire around the blade. And you see, basically, if I had to make a comparison, think of like the flag of Mexico that has an eagle on top of a cactus with a snake on it. Picture that, but it's a griffin on top of a flaming fire sword.
Ooh, cool.
And you would see on this flag are the colors of like a purplish and red, which blue you would know is the actual colors and insignia of Atharia, not the blue that the king has been insisting on trying to change it to.
It looks more fancy. Yeah.
Yeah. But you just hear. Hear thee, allow me to introduce the latest guests to the King's Royal Ball and the guests of honor, those Solaires. And you just see a bunch of people giving you looks, and you do see some like very polite clapping as you guys enter this room. It is fucking huge. What is with these people in these giant rooms? If I had
Well,
Big.
If I had to make a comparison, this ballroom is essentially the size of Target Stadium.
I don't know
So
what that is.
basically,
What would be another?
basically, this room is the size of some town.
Yeah, basically this room itself probably is the size of my hometown. It's huge, like gigantic, and there's no reason why it should be this big. But basically, Garnet, you're like, well, shit, my whole tribe could have been in here, and they'd have room to grow trees and shit.
I've seen bigger.
Yeah.
I've seen bigger. Meanwhile, yeah, it's
You
bigger than
see-
your tribe.
You essentially see you see, as you look around, you see lots of fancy people of various different races dressed in very fancy clothing from various different cultures. It's very odd to see. But I would like each of you to roll me a perception check.
Okay. That's a bad thing.
Oh, fudge. I should not have used real dice. At least I have a pretty good perception. The dice was 40 and my
Oh, that's really bad.
so 13.
13. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a sec. Oh, I forgot I had.
That's gonna be a natural 1
Ooh.
plus 7, so 8 overall.
Ouch.
Belwraith, you're very overwhelmed by all this. You're like, fuck, how am I supposed to find them?
No. 27.
All right. That is a Garnan.
Two.
Low.
No.
Perception? 5.
Five.
4.
4. Okay. Well, for you, most of you guys, you're like, whoa. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people. There's a lot of people staring at us. Like shit. But for anybody who rolled above a 10, so in this case, Stray, because
Gray and blue.
yeah, hold on, we'll get to what Blue sees in a moment. Kazir, you look around, and you do see some interesting looking faces. There's actually 2 people you recognize in this room.
Oh no.
One person that you really are excited to see, and one person you're not excited to see.
Oh no.
One person you are excited to see, it takes you no time at all. You see the main immediately. He is a towering figure. He is nearly 8 feet tall. He is built like a fucking warrior. And you see he is flanked by a lot of tabaxi. And you can see him looking directly at you.
Make eye contact.
Because your looks
Hold it.
directly back at him and
But
kind of puts his hand over his fist for now, but he'll do the whole bow thing later.
absolutely. But as you look around, the one you're probably not happy to see, you see a very familiar figure.
Oh,
You
no.
see a guy dressed very fancily who looks like he doesn't want to be here.
Oh no.
Would you like to take a guess who it is?
It's from Alden.
Nope.
Oh. Then I have no clue.
You guys have not seen this character since Melbourne.
Velasmere.
Nope.
Right.
Someone we don't want to see.
Oh God, Regis.
Regis is
Oh.
here. Guys, it's your best friend Regis.
I don't remember
Damn it.
Regis.
Look, I'm in the middle of doing nothing, and I'd really like to get back to that
him.
now. Yeah, because
Oh.
you see him and immediately your mood is sour and like,
Oh.
why are you here?
Well, it wouldn't be sour. It'd be more like, oh,
In my notes, I have in mind that survived. Sadly.
Blue.
I mean, there's worse people he could see.
With a 27, you would definitely see the main. Like, he stands out really hard. You've never seen a giant jacked fucking lion man before. Which, by the way, if I had to describe the main, you guys have seen the Leonin race, correct? In the book?
Mm-hmm.
The big, giant, essentially lion folk soldiers.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that. Now picture him as if he ate Hercules and essentially
Oh, wow.
kept the lion head, but took the body of Hercules.
But gained that life.
Yeah, he
Human
is.
body and everything.
No, it's still covered in fur. But
So it's a furry human body.
But I will say for all of you guys, the most unnerving thing is his eyes are not any color, not really any normal color. His pupil colors are gold.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool.
So a cat color.
A cat color, but it's like a stronger hue. Like it's not like oh wow, look, his eyes are gold, and he's like, oh fuck, they look like someone like plucked out the pupils of his eyes and put gold implants.
Ooh, that's creepy.
That's cool.
But cool. Creepy and cool, kind of.
But other than that, Blue, you also see Regis, and and again you're just like, why are you here? Fuck you. You
I have grown you.
you see I do have a list here real fast of just like three because you rolled so high, you do see a decent amount of people. You do see a Dragonborn that stands out a lot. You notice that his color is not like a green scale Dragonborn. it actually kind of looks like his skin looks a little bit more see-through. Roll a nature check.
Transparent?
It's a little bit more transparent.
Do you like see his organs?
No, it doesn't seem that you can see his organs, but like it's almost like the green sheen is see-through.
16.
You would know through your studies of culture and everything, he is a jade dragonborn. Gem dragonborns are very rare. They hardly ever leave their home country to the far south. So to see one here is actually interesting. You're not quite sure why there's one here. You would also see there is a spider on my wall. Fuck you, spider. Go away. Go away, you asshole. You stay away from my books. I swear to fucking God, I will beat you. Sorry, I'm scolding a spider on my wall.
I will murder you where you
Anyways,
stand.
you see, also in this room, you do see what appears to be a human, very well dressed, but he bears some markings on his clothing that look very familiar. I would say no role necessary because you are a part of the College of Lore. You would know that that's the symbol of a baron. You just might not know which baron this is. You've never met him before. But he's very fancy looking, that's for sure. Human, though. And last but not least, you do see two figures that stand out amongst the crowd. You see kind of sitting on a throne on the far side of the room. There seems to be a wide berth from him and the rest of the party. And you see the only guest dressed in, like, you would argue and say this is like, what would be the best way to point this out? He is essentially wearing it is essentially like a tuxedo, but you notice that it's made of like scales. And you see that he essentially has a cape that's kind of like gold and black, kind of black hue. And you see that he has a crown on his head, as you would recognize this as the King of Atharia.
Hello, Mr. King Man.
It's probably been a good number of years since you've even seen him, because he doesn't come out very often. But you could see his skin, kind of a darker tan color, and you see his eyes, a bluish hue. And you could kind of you can read him from this way. He's like, he's not friendly, in a friendly mood. On the flip side, however, the person sitting next to them, dressed in a very elegant gown, seems she shows a similar color pattern to you. But I say a nice colored blue, but decided to accent it more with white rather than gold, so it's like a whitish silver. And you would notice that she wears a tiara on her head, which is a semblance of royalty. You would recognize her with her kind of bluish eyes as Queen Atharia II, essentially the most royal person in the entirety of this country. And that's what you see with a 27.
Do I see the vulture or the wild anywhere?
Even with that high of a roll, you would know Salvador does not try to show off his wealth to everyone. He does that more through conversation rather than his looks. He's hard to pick out from the crowd. And the wild card is similar. She's somebody who goes through, or rather than showing off how powerful she is, or how well she is, or how beautiful she is, she'd rather demonstrate it through her actions and what she can do. So unfortunately, it's hard to see them through the crowd. There are a lot of people here, by the way, guys. Like, there's probably several hundred nobles here. So, Solaris. Go ahead.
I will pick through everyone to find him.
Oh my god. So Solaris, you are now in the party. What would you like to do? Would you guys like to schmooze? Speak with anyone in particular you guys want to look for? Are you guys looking for food? Looking to dance? What are you guys?
Is music playing yet?
Music is playing, but it doesn't seem like there's a large dancing crowd right now.
Yeah, it's more like just background music.
For right now, picture it like the beginning of a lot of parties where like there's some people dancing, but it's very mild dancing. It seems like the a grandiose dancing event probably won't be happening until later.
All right.
I'm telling you right now, Alosa, I do not know how to dance.
Figure it out
You watch
fast
it. She
enough.
watches. She kind of bumps you a little bit, and she goes, "Don't worry, I'll lead."
Aw.
Yeah.
Dance.
So, my question for you guys is: are you guys gonna be looking for anyone, or are you guys just looking to try to make conversation and mingle?
Blues.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out onto the queen and to see whether or not he can spot any of the bitch boys.
Fair enough. In that case,
Blues just gonna ask if they've arrived yet.
Roland, you watch as
That
Roland.
also works.
You watch as Roland is speaking to a few of the guards, and essentially you watch as he bounces back. So, based on what I know, the vermin have not shown up yet. I assume they're probably going to try to make a grandiose entrance, I'd assume.
That sounds like Malden.
And he looks over at you, Balwraith. It seems that the people you're expecting aren't here yet either. They're in town, but they have not arrived yet.
Yeah, he nods. Thank you for letting me know.
Absolutely.
Is there anyone from Tuscadol here?
Yes, actually.
Curiosity.
Roland looks at you and goes, "Yes, actually. There appears to be a shaman of some kind, a representative of some of the mountainous terrain. Apparently, he's here. I apologize. He probably looks a bit different than you're used to. I don't mean to ask. Are there different kinds of furbolg?
Are there?
You would know. No roll necessary. You would know that there are furbolg of various different kinds of giants that exist in this world. And you would know that ones that come from the mountains take a lot more after their like stone giant ancestry, essentially. Similar to Goliath's, but more of a nature-based connection.
Okay.
They're a bit...
Short answer, yeah.
Yes, there appears to be someone from... Ooh, hold on. I have the note right here. There seems to be one that comes from the... He's from the Popero Mountains, but he seems to come from the Panilla Pass.
That's the one on the far right.
Yeah, that's the one on the far left side. It's the pass you came into the country from.
Oh, okay.
You would know that there's a shaman that protects every pass, as they are the ones that basically stop any magical anomalies trying to get through. Obviously, they're not always successful, but most of the time, most like big threats that try to get out of the country, they can stop. They kind of act as like spiritual
you have a name?
guardians. Yes. Hold on one second. Roland, you watch as Roland actually speaks to one of the guards. And you watch as he comes back. Sorry, this was also Casey's excuse to pull out his name.
Pretty much my excuse for when I'm looking up notes. Blue pulls out his notebook.
Pretty much. His name is Ian Manor Oakengift. Do you
Does
want me
that name ring a bell?
roll a history check?
Alright.
You want me to type that into chat, by the way?
Yes, please.
I will do so.
Egan Manure Gift.
Nope. 4. Again.
You have the name sounds familiar, like definitely as someone that sounds important. That's for sure. The shamans probably talked about him at one point or another, but you unfortunately don't remember. But yeah, Ian Manor Oakengift is his name.
No. Guardian's mind with the 4 is more like his name sounds like
His name sounds like doo doo.
But as you guys are on the floor, you do see a bunch of nobles do kind of like do the common like schmoozing. You watch it's just like, hello, my name is.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, basically a lot of people that are like trying to like.
My name is Sir Hoity Toity of Pompous.
You say obviously. I assume you guys just like try to be polite, and then there's like Garnet who's just like, I don't give a fuck, go away, and they're like, I say.
Yeah. Because you're definitely.
Yeah, you do say, but I don't say.
As you guys are going through the crowd, you do hear a familiar. Why are you guys here?
We saved like 10 towns.
As you guys turn around, you see the familiar face of Regis.
You just had to put him in a pack, didn't you?
I rolled, and I'm just as surprised as you are that he's here.
Oh,
Because I even rolled to see if he would be there.
fine. Blue's gonna walk towards him.
because you're kind of trying to
Hey,
hide
buddy.
away from him.
Hey, buddy. Been a while. We're here because we saved your sorry butts.
Several sorry butts.
Honestly, we would have been fine either way.
You want to test that theory?
You really
Honestly,
want
would
to
have.
start a fight at a king's ball.
That would be one way to get the party started. Do you really want to be a dick at the King's Ball?
I'm
You just see that the I don't give a fuck
really
look on
just
his face.
curious,
Yeah.
brought you here to
Picturing kind of Bellary breaking off.
I'm one of Baron Nejak's escorts.
Oh, got it.
I wasn't planning,
Alright.
but
I'll be right
Have you
back.
seen a man by the name of
the name of
the name of Salvador Ward? Have you seen him?
hold on. No, I haven't. I was in the middle of getting a drink, and I'd like to get back to that.
I'm gonna punch you. I swear.
He's like that one guy that you're like, God, you make me want to give you a wedgie.
Alright,
Punch him,
thanks
bro.
for that at least. We're not starting a fight in the middle of this. He hasn't done anything wrong other than be monotone.
Good enough.
Wrong button.
Dog.
Belrace monotone punch you.
Yeah, but at least Belrace is bearable with it.
Anyways, I guess it's good to see you.
White
It's
Bellary.
good to
Oh,
see you.
I'm
Oh.
on.
Mr. Regis.
He just kind of gives you all a look. I'm gonna go get a drink. If you want me, that's where I'll be, at the open bar.
Have a good party.
I will. You watch as he walks away. Ah, Regis. As beautiful and nice as always.
Just sounds depressed at this point.
I feel like Regis is the type of person that doesn't sway his arms as he moves.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Straight up.
I mean, you're not too far off.
God, I forgot about that whole thing.
Straight up.
That's
arms
really
right to his
weird
side.
that people walk like that. Ugh. Anyway,
I'm gonna just keep asking around for Salvador Ward.
Absolutely. You guys keep walking around. I assume again you're just kind of mingling.
Kazir actually would kind of break off and head to the main, but I was gonna,
All right.
wait till other people do their thing to do my thing because,
All right. Well, it seems like everyone's kind of like focused on like everyone seems
whatever.
everyone kind of seems to have a mission in mind. Hold on one second. I'm gonna roll something. All right. As you are coming, as you guys are walking around, you watch as you hear a booming voice. Kazir.
Is
You don't have to go to him.
oh shit! Kazir's fur kind of stands on end as he hears the voice and knows who's talking.
Turn
I'm
to
presuming he-
face me.
Kazir turns without. He turns before the main even says anything.
You watch
I
as
mean, not anything, but
you watch as he is fucking tall and he is looking down at you.
Sorry, I'm just picturing Kazir's like tail going kind of limp, like. But no, he wouldn't. Kazir puts his right hand over his heart, gets on his left knee, keeping eye contact.
Kazir, where does your pride lie?
All of a sudden, I'm freaking choking up. My pride. Shit, I knew exactly what I wanted to say, and now I can't.
I really hope this is all a character.
Oh, no, that part isn't because you're.
I know.
What? My pride lies in my desire to help others. No, he says it more sincerely. but
Absolutely,
right now,
absolutely. No, it's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
My pride lies in my willingness to help others before my own needs.
You watch as a massive smile is over his face. Then let your mane rise so that we may speak as equals.
Kazir kind of shivers a bit as he stands up, kind of like, holy shit, this is happening.
You watch as he extends out his arm and essentially in a massive he basically is letting you know he wants you to grab him by his forearm, like a like a warrior's shake.
Yeah. I know that handshake. Yeah, Kazir grabs him in the way he expects.
Yeah, as you do.
Also expecting to be grabbed the same way.
Yeah, as you do, his arm is really hard to wrap your hand around, essentially.
Yeah.
And you watch as he does it to you. Your entire forearm is just engulfed in his hand.
Yeah.
It's good to see one of my brothers being the heroes of this godforsaken land.
Agreed. He says in an almost prideful tone.
And you watch as he turns over to some of the other oh my god, I almost said Kashyyyk. Oh my gosh. I have Skyrim on the mind. It can't be helped. He looks at you and goes, "Come, brother, let's get a drink."
Agreed completely.
You watch as he kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, and you're walking with him. It almost feels like he is shoving you, even though you can tell he's probably not intending to do so.
He means to be gently like, "Hey, buddy," pat on the back, but it's like slap.
Yeah, pretty much. You watch as he.
I'll find you later.
Yeah, blue.
Oh, go ahead.
Remember that news for the main? We have to tell him later.
Out of character. You do mean the Neonaga
Drow.
stuff. Oh,
No.
Drow.
The drow stealing a keg of his beer.
Oh, I
You
should have
didn't
kept
care
the
about
wine with me.
Neonaga.
Well, I mean,
No, you shouldn't have. You would have killed
yeah,
you.
no. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. He probably would have assumed I took it. But I have no proof of it, so there's no real point in mentioning it.
As you guys are kind of mingling on the ball in the ball, and because you're kind of being dragged away by the mane, you suddenly hear the presenting the newest arrivals to the King's Ball. Allow me to introduce Cardinal Godric and Cardinal Dathana, representatives of the Cathedral of Tyr.
Oh,
And you see, coming into this room, the only way I could properly define this is, you guys know how like the Pope is dressed and everything, right? How he has those like kind of he has this fancy looking robes with like the capes that go down the back and a hat on his head.
yeah.
You kind of see like a smaller version of that hat that seems to kind of flatten down and go backwards a little bit, and you see the essentially the robes and the capes are kind of designed in the same colors as Tyr, the Guardian of Protection. And you see walking into this room, Godric, it looks old, like super old. He's probably like, you would probably guess if he's human, so you'd probably guess he's like in his 60s. Like, probably his late 60s going towards his 70s. He's getting way up there. And essentially, his gray hair is showing. Like, super hardcore. But next to him, however, you see a woman who seems to be a bit younger. Humanish as well. You see that she kind of has, like, this, like, sandy brown hair. Like, a little bit of blonde, but mostly brown from what you could tell. And she wears a pair of glasses and... I guess the best way to describe this is that she kind of has, like, resting bitch face. Like, she seems like that strict, like, she kind of seems like that strict, like, Catholic school teacher that you probably met one day. And we're kind of like, no, thank you. I'm glad you're not my teacher. If that makes sense.
I've had that teacher.
I didn't, very luckily.
Thankfully, I wasn't in Catholic school, but I had a really strict bitch of a teacher in, like, 5th grade.
Arif is going to look over to Garnan. Like, see if he can make eye contact with Garnan.
Garnet is pretty tall, so it's probably pretty
takes
easy.
Garnet a couple seconds to notice. What?
Ex-wife.
What? Loud in here, I can't hear you.
That's my ex-wife.
Was a bombshell.
Gross. You look like a dweeb.
But it's a, however, which, by the way, in case you guys couldn't tell, which I guess I should have specified this, she does kind of look like a beautiful, like, kind of younger woman and everything, but the moment, like, you see the side of her head, you could see the ears. You do see that they are pointed. She is an elf. I forgot to make it was kind of important, so I wanted to make sure backtrack and make sure that was proper.
That's fair. But Kazir's paying attention to the main, so he doesn't give a damn about that.
Did you say what? Now I'm confused.
What? Does Belrace not look like he's someone that gets a lot of I'm not finishing the word, but you know.
Alright, you
Wraith gets bitches.
Batches.
you got it.
Maidens.
In the knee.
He gets many maidens.
What, you're saying that Belwraith is not maidenless?
Good bitches like you until I took an arrow.
Belwraith is almost very, it's almost kind of disturbing seeing these two again. But I would assume kind of mixed feelings of seeing Dathana.
Yeah.
But
he's trying to do his best to think of good memories.
Inside chat.
You
But
do
like a plague, that one defining moment kind of takes over.
Makes perfect sense.
21 on insight. He's trying to get a read on Belray to see what he's feeling right now.
Damn.
What's your roll? And I'll tell you.
21.
21.
He's hard. He's difficult to read, and it's a very difficult emotion to explain. Like, almost, I feel like remorseful would almost be the correct word. Like, it's a mix of sad and angry and happy.
If he needs to kill someone, let me know.
No.
Just saying. Offer's there.
Thank you, Garden,
For what?
for killing people.
I
Ugh.
don't think it's a thing you should be doing it for.
Willing to kill people.
That's more like it.
Which, as you see them come down, you can see Godric is having a hard time going down the stairs. He is.
Is she helping him at all?
Yes, she is.
Oh, good.
You would see that she's being very courteous and very polite to him, and making sure that he is moving as nicely as possible. You could tell that Godric did have to take a little bit of a break coming down all the stairs, and you watch as she just kind of stands there, kind of patting his back, going like there, it's okay.
Yeah.
And as soon as they get down to the base floor, you see a bunch of royalty, a lot of nobility immediately kind of swallow Godric. As essentially they kind of immediately go Godric, you old man, you. Wise in your years as always. It's always good to see you attend these parties, and immediately get swallowed. I'm gonna check something real fast. Immediately as you're looking at her, you see her eyes move towards you.
Uh-oh.
He chooses to smile at her.
You see a smile in return. And you watch as she just starts kind of mingling with other people and is basically just having conversation, essentially.
As soon as eye contact breaks, he breathes a sigh of relief.
I just rolled a natural. I rolled a natural 20 on her perception check. She immediately was just you.
Holy cow.
Oh yeah, no, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water. Just immediately there you are. But not in a malicious sense. I mean, not that
Yeah,
you could
in a
tell.
sweet way.
Yeah, not in a sense of oh yeah, she's here to
there you are.
murder you. It's more she sees you and she's there you are. That's to be expected. But as you guys continue mingling, and you do hear some more. I'm not gonna do the thing every single time. You do hear people being introduced into the party. You hear a couple of nobles you've probably never heard of. You do hear.
History check.
I mean,
I'm kidding.
no, if you want to, but I mean, it's not. They're basically I hate to be that guy to even squander my own NPCs. There's a lot of nobility that are oh, they're the head of this part of the Farmers Association, and they are representing them today, or oh, these are the people that run this section of the marketing team in this city. We're a big deal. Basically, if I had to put this in perspective, basically nobility that yeah, in their own spaces could be very important, but here of all places, they're kind of flounder to the bottom on this case, because it's just kind of they're here on precedence rather than here on we're the heroes of this land that got brought here, or oh, we're the war generals and stuff that represent this, oh, we're the people that represent the people of these cities, we're the barons and all that. But then there's these people that are kind of we think ourselves better than the normal populace, but the truth is it's more of a position than anything else. Like, they're mayors, but not, like, good mayors. They're kind of like the pretentious people that are like, fuck you, mayor, I'm better than you. However, there are some people that are worth mentioning. Like, one of the first big names that gets mentioned after the Cardinals, you hear a very familiar name to you guys. Allow me to introduce to you one of the 4 barons of the land, accompanied by his son Eli, Baron Nejak of Melbourne. And once again, guys, for the first time since you guys were in Melbourne, you see Baron Nejak. A bit roughed up from what you could tell. He looks like he's probably like been busy. You know, Melbourne needed a lot of work when you guys left, and he seems a little tired more than anything else.
Yeah, understandable.
I'm just gonna kind of wave at and try to whip him.
Yeah, as soon as you wave at him, he kind of looks over, and he immediately recognizes you guys, and he kind of waves at you. You watch as he kind of waves his hand like a polite wave, essentially. And you see I guess the best way to define this, essentially a younger version of him, like right next to him. You would know that Baron Nejak is probably in his like mid to late 40s, and his son is probably in his early 20s. It's essentially a younger version of him. And you watch as he as he enters the party, almost immediately to say, like, a couple people like tried to like talk to him, and he's just kind of like, "Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, it was good to see you. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, we must talk later. Absolutely." But he immediately makes his way to you guys.
Oh boy.
Well, isn't it nice to see some familiar faces at this party?
Who are you again?
Very, very funny, Garnan. It's been a long time. And you watch as he extends out his hand to you guys. A pleasure to see you, friends. It's been quite some time.
Blue's gonna grab it, shake it. How's your old town holding up?
It's actually rebuilding has gone faster than expected, actually, and we've currently been working on upgrading the walls. And as a thank you, in one of the sections of the city has been renamed. It's been renamed. Now there is a Solaire ward in Melbourne, and it is particularly focused on protection for the city, as we train our guards there now.
I think it would be funny to have a blue ward. Just me though.
You watch as he smiles at that. It would have indeed been very funny, but it seemed fitting to name the former slave ward after you guys. After all, it is now illegal in Melbourne to be the slave trade has been banned.
Garner looks directly at Alyssa.
Alosa immediately kind of sweats. You could tell there's like a little bit of sweat on her brow, but you watch as the mention of that, she's like, "Oh, that's good news."
He just smiles at her.
Karik and Philman seem to be kind of the life of the party a little bit. You watch as Philman is taking the actual effort to kind of get into conversations with people, and immediately Noble's freaking out.
They did say they were gonna crash it.
And Karik seems to be kind of the guy like eating food and like essentially trying to make conversation with nobles that don't want to talk.
Is he doing that on purpose, or is it just Kark being stupid?
Roll an insight check.
I'm absolutely rolling that insight. Give me a sec. Okay. I don't know. That's a good question, huh?
Hard to tell.
Hold on. All
Yeah, pretty hard to tell.
effects are.
I think there's a
Damn.
4. Is that the third 4 of the night for me?
Yes, it is the third 4 of the night for you.
I'm gonna roll and see if my theory is correct.
What'd you get?
+2. A dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You can tell that at sometimes he's being like, his dumb self of like I can't believe this, and like, oh, can you guys look at this? But then you see like moments of like some of the like you catch a moment where some of them are being like pretentious and like trying to speak smarter than him. All of a sudden you watch as he kind of busts out and like, actually, I'm quite cultivated in my abilities to speak to people, and I am honestly offended that you would better think that I wouldn't benefit from the capabilities of the people around here. Thank you and good day to you.
Down is
No, that.
I was thinking that oh, it's a magical curse, and
You can tell his wits are about him.
right. Good.
But as you guys are like intermingling the conversation,
That is one angry ass cat.
It is. I am still
Yeah.
my targets.
oh, I know. We'll get to that. Kazir.
Yeah.
The main drags you over to where the bar is, essentially. You can see Regis off in the corner. Like, he's not bothering anyone. He seems to be just drinking.
Yeah. Understandable.
But you notice the main immediately grabs a cask that's on specific cask that's on the table, and you watch as he starts pouring up some tankards. And he looks at you and goes, "Here, Kazir, have a drink."
Shit.
What?
Because you're about to get drunk.
Sorry. Wow.
As you see a pretty decent sized tankard in your hand, by the way. But as he hands it to you, immediately you catch a smell. A smelly smell. That smells very smelly.
Oh.
But actually, it smells very familiar. It seems to be like a stronger smelling alcohol with a scent of honey.
Oh, it's the what is the name of that? I wrote it down. In fact, I have 2 bottles of that. What is it called again?
But you've never tried it.
No, he took a sip, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right, you did. I forgot.
Because I had to test it to see what it was. I think.
No, I remember like you were able to find out because of the insignias on the on the barrels.
But I did take a sip of stuff.
You took a sip, then filled several bottles.
2 bottles. Yeah. Where is it? Ah, fuck. Just tell me. Sorry, I
No,
wrote it
it's
down,
okay,
but
it's okay.
I could take an hour looking for it.
Well, the truth is, Kazir, you probably have recognized this particular alcohol before. I mean, it is something that only I could get my hands on. But we decided, thanks to our Atharian brothers, as he looks over to some... You see some other tabaxi that their fur colors are different. They actually look... what would be the best way? You see, like, fur colors of, like, cats that seem to be coming from, like, colder climates and everything. So, like, lynxes and all that.
Cool.
They came up with a really good new name for it. We decided to call it the main brand wine.
It's very suiting.
Cheers, brother. Do you cheers him?
Yes, he cheers him.
And you watch as he immediately downs his whole tankard of it.
Chug, chug, chug.
Oh, he's the kind of guy that would.
You know what? Because you're... Yeah. How
Kazir has to
big
manage
exactly is this cake compared to Kazir?
okay.
Not cake,
Okay, so-
plaque.
This tankard?
Tankard, thank you.
No problem. I would probably say, what would be the best way to say it? Okay,
But
so
with
it's
the
probably...
word this could fit into it.
If I had to put it in perspective, it's probably, it's essentially a measuring cup, but it's taller.
Okay.
So it's
So
probably...
it's not like that much.
Yeah,
but
no, it's probably like around like 4 cups, essentially.
All right, that makes sense. Okay.
But-
Kazir attempts to down it
All right.
too.
As you start drinking it, like it's like you've only had a sip. Now you're actually like drinking this. This is like strong, but it's super sweet. That it kind of counters that bitter aftertaste. This. If I had to put this in perspective, this is dangerous wine. This is the kind of wine that you could probably drink a ton of and you wouldn't realize it's alcoholic.
Good to know.
Like this is the kind of this is the gateway alcohol that like gets you addicted.
Yeah, exactly. This is the kind of shit that's fruity but kicks your ass.
Exactly. And like you down it, like, and I won't make you roll for it because like it the alcohol doesn't seem so strong that it would like kick your ass, but it's strong enough that like it does kind of give
you tipsy.
Yeah, it gives you that it gives you the tingles essentially.
Yeah.
So
That's mighty fine wine.
indeed it is. So tell me, brother, what brings you to this side of the country? I would expect someone like you and your renown to be back at home.
If I had my wish, it would be to be home. But Kazir kind of gets a sad fate. Not sad, but forlorn, I guess would be a good
Forlorn.
word for it. Look on his face. You see, some fucking hag had my wife kidnapped. And he actually says that bluntly.
He gives you a look of like, go on.
Do you know what the hag is?
I'm well aware. You watch as he kind of leans back and pulls something out of his side pouch, and you see what appears to be a goblet, and you see a hag's skull as the base of it. It is, which by the way, that skull is huge. Like, if I had to put it in perspective, I would say it's slightly wider and slightly longer than a human skull.
Ah.
Like, probably, like,
So, about like 2 times bigger, 2 times the size of a normal skull.
pretty much, yeah. Like, if I had to
Human
make
skull.
a comparison, it is huge.
Yeah.
Big away.
Fair.
Led me to one of my greatest trophies. But now
Hopefully I'll have... Oh, sorry.
it's also a very special trinket. As if you have it near you, if you have it on your person, if you could feel a sensation of laughter, that means a hag is nearby.
Really?
Essentially, above game, he essentially has a goblet of hag detection. Yeah, no, when I rolled, like, the stuff that he's killed in his life and everything, oh, yeah, hag was on the list, and wait, I was like, what would he do with it? And rolled, it's like, oh, yep, nope, that's fitting.
Yeah,
Nope, that's fitting. What I didn't realize is what the effect would be if he did that, so I rolled the random effect because it's a fey creature. Essentially, it is a hag that if another hag is nearby, like within a couple of miles radius, the hag goblet will start chuckling.
Very valuable.
Indeed, well, this hag should have thought twice before fucking with the main.
Kazir laughs as well. Hopefully I'll have one of my own soon.
But you watch as he kind of leans down and puts his hand on your shoulder. But you are on an epic quest, brother. And you know what they say about us in the sands of Uskar. Every tabaxi is born with adventure in their heart. And he looks you straight in the eyes.
Kazir locks eyes with him as well.
With what you're going for, it is a noble quest.
Thank you, sir.
You watch as he refills his tankard. He kind of lifts it up towards you, as you're
Kazir refills his as well.
as you
kind of gesturing like if it's okay to make sure.
Oh, absolutely. He nods his head like yes, absolutely. Like he's like, I don't want these motherfucking hoity-toity assholes to be drinking my wine. Like I wanted to be someone of my people to drink it, essentially.
Fair.
But
Kazir fills his tankard and
you watch as he kind of like taps his glass against yours very lightly, not like intensely like it normally is. He just kind of taps it and goes, "As your main, you have my permission to hunt this hag down and decapitate her. But
thank you.
as a favor, if you do kill her, bring me back a trophy."
Absolutely, sir.
And you watch as he starts drinking some more, and essentially you watch as the other tabaxi are like introducing themselves to you as well, and like you meet You essentially meet some of his like personal protectors. You meet some of his like private eyes. You do see one individual, one tabaxi, one tabaxi that seems to have like a cheetah pattern on her. And you watch as she introduces herself. Hello. My name is Fisher.
Does that ring any bells?
Roll a history check with advantage because you are from Uskar.
Oh.
She's a fish.
Oh, good thing I have a advantage on that one. Oh shit! That fell off the edge.
Haha.
8 plus 1, I believe.
So a
Double
9.
Check my history. What? Oh, history. Plus 1. So yeah, that's 9.
The DC for this wasn't very high to begin with, so as soon as you shake hands with her, at first you're kind of like, oh yeah, wow, she's very... Oh. As immediately, like, you're shaking her hand, you're like, oh, this is your Fisher. Pearl Fisher? The Archmage of the Main.
Oh.
And one of the Main's personal protectors.
Yeah. Oh. Because your greets her.
A pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Kill you with my mind.
Why do you insult me so?
What?
Nothing. I just
Yeah.
responding to Blue, you asshole. I know Blue's not here, but I'm just like turning to Tiny, like, fuck you.
I know.
Get it! Put the cards back in the deck. But you watch as she looks at you. So you are Kazir of Uskar, correct?
That is correct.
It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope things are treating you fine here up north in Atharia.
They have been alright. They have been hard times and there have been good times.
Mostly hard times.
You shut your mouth, Tiny. I will shoot you with a broom. Just Blue just gets swept away.
No, he gets the cane off the stage.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
yeah,
God.
magic.
Yeah, oh yeah, like the fucking just like.
Yep.
But you watch
There we go.
as she kind of shakes your hand and goes, if you have any questions about the magical properties or any issues, don't be afraid to shoot us a message. As she kind of gives you a look. And she extends out her hand to you.
She wants to bang.
Sorry. Is your hold out hand as well? Oh.
And you watch as, like, from her sleeve, you watch as what appears to be a tiny little... It's hard to explain this. It seems to be essentially... It's like a pebble, but it seems to have some kind of weird mark on it.
Oh.
Keep
Cool, ascending stone.
Keep
Nice.
Keep it pebble.
Keep it close.
Absolutely.
It will
He
go...
bows his head.
It will go directly to me. For arcane purposes only.
I completely understand.
No booty
Thank you.
calls.
It's no problem. For a hero of Atharia, it's only fitting that us of Uskar would keep our connections with our brothers and sisters close.
I do have one thing I need to mention that may fall under magical problem.
Absolutely. And what is that?
What do you know about the Neonaga? He says as he gets ready to take out the map. I almost map.
You watch as she looks at you, and she kind of gives you a look. What do you know of these despicable people? You get a sense that she knows who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're kind of sighs relief because this helps that they know. They are trying to track down temples of the Naga or something. I can't remember exactly. He would, but I can't. He unfolds
Temples
the map.
of their name.
What?
They worship the Neo-Naga. Temples of the Neo-Naga.
Okay, yeah. The temples are, yeah. Just making sure.
I sounded sassy.
And he shows her the map. I believe that eventually they will come for one of these temples come for a temple near the capital of
You watch as she overlooks it. Very fitting. She looks it over. Yes, I do know where this is. This is part of Dalsada, near the capital. Do I need to put that in chat for you, or would you like
Sounds
me
like a Spanish food.
Yes,
Dalsada?
please.
No problem. I'll type it real fast.
Enchilada. Delsada. Enchilada. Great, now I'm hungry.
That is how it is spelled. And yes, the comma is there for a reason.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
It's not Del and Sada. It's literally the comma is part of the name. Del Sada.
Thank you.
This is very interesting news. She gives you a look, a hard look. I appreciate your services in assisting us in this possible attempt on Uskar.
My duty is to protect as many people as I can.
You want to drown the desert?
Kazir, roll a persuasion check with advantage.
All right. Why do I keep dropping my dice on the floor?
Stop dropping your dice.
You know what? I'm gonna bring out a simple cut to roll in. Okay, that's a 6. And that's a fucking 5. Persuasion, you said.
Yes.
Bardic inspiration from a half across.
You do. You still technically have your. No, you used it. Never mind.
Persuasion.
Also, it only lasts 10.
Yeah, that is
That's
true.
5. Oh, so that's a 10.
All right.
Oh, 11. Wait. Yeah, the first one was this.
Nice.
She gives you a look, and you watch as she reaches into her robe, and you watch as she pulls out a card. When your adventuring days are over, and you decide to come back to Uskar, why not come to the capital? We could always use another worker like you.
Kazir kind of bows his head, and as he takes it, thank you. That is quite the honor.
Believe me. And she looks over at the main, who seems to be, like, essentially... Okay, so to explain the main in general right now, picture like like a jock at a party, essentially. Like, he is boisterous and loud, and he is essentially making other people drink, so he's not drinking by himself, essentially.
Yeah, makes sense. Have another drink. You only had 3.
Essentially, yeah. He's, like, essentially getting other people to drink with him.
Because drinking alone is sad.
Yeah, fair. Kazir kind of laughs with the pain.
She looks at you and goes, when it comes to our brothers in Atharia, some even have gone as far north as Tuscadal, but if you originally came from Uskar, we like to keep our allies close. And if you
I
ever
completely understand.
and if you decide you want to return back to Uskar, you will always have work.
I know where Kazir's gonna end up.
If he survives it all.
Yeah.
And to think, this opportunity was only opened up because you became a hero of Atharia.
True.
You're
This-
a kitty cat.
True.
That being said,
Ugh.
the essentially the camera fades off of Kazir conversing with the main, and
Fade to
speaking
black.
essentially fade to black with you guys. And I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
he's gonna spend the rest of his time just chilling, vibing, having a good time, bragging about his conquests.
very fitting. Blue. It takes you a decent amount of time. Talks to a lot of people. But where you got this information of where Salvador is came from the weirdest place. My, how much you have grown.
Hi.
As you turn and you see a very familiar woman. You see kind of blondish hair. You see eyes that are kind of a greenish emerald color. And you see her dressed in robes of essentially kind of blues and reds. It's been a long time, son.
It's 16 years. Give her.
You watch as she kind of looks you over and everything. You've definitely grown in your time.
I have a lot more scars from when I was 5. Which is good enough.
You watch as she just kind of looks you over a couple times just to kind of get a look at like your clothes and kind of how you're dressed, and she's just like, there are more colors than blue,
Yeah. But I like.
Black probably would have accented your hair and your eyes better.
Yeah, but black is. I'm not from College of Whispers now, are I? Am I?
I guess that's fair. And before you can say too much more, unless you resist, you watch as she actually takes you into a hug.
My flashlight was on and I didn't know.
You blinded us all! Ah! But yeah, unless you fight her,
He doesn't resist.
you immediately get pulled in, and it's a feeling you honestly I don't think Blue's ever truly felt before.
He doesn't get hugs often. He gets handshakes and high fives.
But as she kind of holds you, you actually feel a little wetness going down your neck.
He's a vampire.
Yeah, obviously. I am so sorry. I have been
Okay.
I have been the worst person to you.
It's okay. It's okay. It wasn't your fault.
But there's still so much I could have done. If it wasn't for the fact that I was such good friends with Roland, who knows what could have happened to you.
Well, it's 16 years of it. I saw you. I was bleeding out pretty badly in that alley. Salvador isn't that kind.
You watch as she kind of draws herself back a little bit, And you watch as she kind of pulls from like her sleeve a little handkerchief that she kind of like rubs over her eyes. Can't use makeup. I can't use magic here, unfortunately, or else I would have just prestidigitation that away. But either way, I assume you're looking for your father.
I have been looking for him, yes.
Well, if you're looking for the vulture, you watch as she looks in a drawer. She looks over in the direction closer to the king, not quite at the king, but closer. You'll find him circling, very fittingly, the meat over there.
That sounds about right. He would like to be close to royalty.
Naturally. You don't intend to make too much of a scene, do you?
I do not intend to make a scene. Much more than I've already done.
You just watch a smile curve around her face. You know, I was informed of what you were doing near the royal ward.
I'm simply a bard playing for cash.
Mm-hmm. You haven't changed a bit. You got a bit bigger. You definitely got a bit more handsome, that's for sure. But you definitely hadn't changed.
Well, a change of personality implies you've either through something really good or through something really bad.
I guess that's fair.
I'm trying to.
You watch as she kind of she puts her arm on your shoulder and she starts to kind of lean away, but she kind of gives you one more look. If it may not mean much for coming from me anyways. I am so proud of the kind of person that you've become. And even though I wasn't there for you as I should have been, if you ever need me, all you need to do is find me.
Well, speaking of that, I already gave Roland one of these, but I figured it'd be best to give you one in case you guys separated. She's gonna pull a stone out of his pocket.
I assume this is one of the sending stones you had made? Yeah. She will look at it and she will gladly take it. I guess this will be... I assume this will be faster than writing.
It did take about half a month for Roland to respond.
To be fair, he's always been really bad at writing back.
That, and I can just assume that when I sent it, his desk was probably covered in mail.
You just see a smile on her face. Don't worry. I can always whip him into shape to make sure he speaks more.
I gave him stone, so I'll be sending him messages. If he responds, we'll see what happens.
You watch it. You watch as she actually kisses you on top of the head. Stay out of trouble, son.
Stay out of trouble. Wild card. Finger snap.
You watch as that smile broadens so much more. Believe me, trouble is my middle name. And you watch as she walks away, and you can't help but imagine fire falling right behind her.
If there was a magic around there, probably be.
You kind of watch as other people were kind of looking at you guys, like having that moment in that scene. And you watch the moment they catch her eyes. You watch as they immediately like look away, like, I guess I forgot my keys over there. I'm just gonna walk away.
I dropped my contact.
Pretty much, like you get the sense no one wants to mess with her.
Perfect.
And with that being said, it takes you no time at all to get to a group of men chatting about various things. And you see in the dead center a familiar, older looking gentleman. Black hair, but you can tell his gray is starting to show. He's actually trying to hide it, and it's kind of embarrassing.
He's trying to hide it and it's failing.
You would know that hair dye is actually kind of rare in this country. Like, honestly,
Blue has quite a bit of it.
only the rich really can have it. But I say, well, man, your hair is blue naturally.
But he does have quite a bit.
It's true.
Hair dye.
That is true. You actually do. I was about to say, I was like, yeah, your hair's not dyed blue. Like, we talked about this in your backstory. It's naturally
He
blue.
dyed it black before.
That's true. That is true. But you can see, like, it's kind of like you're so used to like dyeing your hair a lot that you're comfortable with like how to do it and everything. And the way you look at his, you're just like, that's so sad. He could have done a much better job. Did he try to do it himself? He probably tried to do it himself. How embarrassing.
Did he even use a mirror?
Yes, either way, I looked at the tabaxi and I was like, show me the goods! And you watch as he looks at you. And that expression of what appeared to be like joy and like trying to tell a story, he looks over at you and goes, well, now, a familiar face.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, Blue. It's been some time.
From that short bit of that story, I just heard you're still the same businessman ever.
Business has been booming, as per usual. It's never stopped.
I don't think it will. You have quite a big claim over, what was the town's name again? One in northern Australia. To the west of here.
I'm gonna say,
Yeah, it's
you're above game referring to Tamworth.
yes.
Well, yes, most of my colleagues and workers and my excavation work is done in Tamworth. And you would know that.
Just because it's been a while doesn't mean I've forgotten. Taught me.
Yes, but obviously you've forgotten your manners, as per usual.
Alright. Blue is... Hold on, I check something. Do I have it? Okay. Blue's going to, take his fedora off, put it to his heart, and then bow.
He gives you a look. That's much better.
I assume you've heard of the things I've been through.
Yes, the various tomfoolery and foolish ventures that you and your allies have done.
Allies, comrades, compatriots, whatever you'd like to call them.
Right.
I assume. Hold on. He's gonna straighten his back and then put on the door. I assume that you've been having great business with the danger that's been going around Tharia, haven't you?
Well,
He's gone business mode.
well, yes, we've had our various ventures and things done, But fortunately, the most of the problems that have happened here in Atharia have not put a damper on business. Fortunately, my company, while some companies may have suffered with everything going on to the south and to the west, my business has been booming and I've made plenty of money over time. My investments and choices have been very wise, and frankly, if I not say so myself, I'm very happy with the way things have turned out.
You're quite a rich man. I noticed you got your own suite to yourself in the royal district.
Indeed. I was quite honored when the king had offered me a place inside of the royal ward. I was quite flattered, and it was impossible for me to say no.
It is quite a flattering outcome. There, you'll be able to get anything you quite want with the right cash.
Indeed, you would. And you know, as they say, Blue, and as many of us business people have spoken, money does talk, and money gets us everywhere.
Money can, in fact, get you quite a place. But I have had an idea of if you'd hear me out.
You watch as he kind of gives you a look of like, make it quick, Bloom.
As a traveling bard who has been going everywhere and getting my reputation quite high, if you'd... How should I phrase this? If you'd help me, give me a bit of fund, I can travel good word, of your business around. Cause without Victoria on your side, I've been hearing rumors all around that people have actually started disliking you.
You watch as the mention of that, his eyes, like, you could tell that Salvador has always had a presence about him. He's always kept it very professional. He's kept it very straight. He typically is very much a non-emotional person. You see a spark of anger. You have seen this eye look in his eye so many times. Typically caused by you. But you see a particular dark flame. How dare you mention that wench to me?
Call her a wench when she's right at this party. I just finished talking to her.
That is, yes, you would speak to a harlot lower than all of us, wouldn't you?
A harlot smarter than most of us.
You watch as the other noble people kind of take a step back. They're like, ugh. But you see Salvador has not changed posture. He, again, you would know, professional businessman. He's always been really good at keeping his composure and keeping his stance. The only thing that has changed is I unleashed myself from that ball and chain. Something holding me back from being better than I was. A similar ball I cut years ago.
Give or take 16.
Give or take.
Well, the room is still spread, and the office still stands. You know you can find me.
Believe me, if I wanted to speak to you, I would have.
And just believe me, you're gonna be hearing quite a bit from me, even if you won't respond back. This spell comes in handy.
He looks at you. Get out of my sight.
I'm going to continue having my own fun around. But, as I said before, the offer still stands, and the rumors still spread.
And I would sooner take my money to my grave than give any to such a low-light performer.
Oh, I apologize. My less than, bright emotions. As you could probably tell, me and my group have been through quite a bit. But I do know where my place is, as you have taught me several times. I have been making my own money. I have been getting close to starting my own business. And I have quite an intelligent artificer on my side.
You watch as he just scowls at you. Roll an insight check.
Roll an insight check.
Ooh.
+3. 21.
Anyway. Sorry, I can't help but do that every time. It's an instinct. By the way, by 1. He is mad.
Succeed or fail?
You succeed by 1. You look at him. He is mad. He's a mixture of emotions. Anger. A little bit of sadness. A lot of disdain. He's almost grossed out by seeing you.
Good.
But the biggest emotion you can see, like, that stands out hard. You can that anger. You know that he is... Salvador does not like showing anger to people. Like, he does not like letting people know that they're getting the better of him. You would know that. You are someone who's gotten the better of him a nice handful of times.
He gets angry at other success.
He just looks at you. He takes his drink and he walks away. He averts his eyes from you and does not look back.
Hold on. I need a roll. We'll save.
Alright, go ahead.
Oh boy. He's going to... Blue's going to kind of walk towards him a bit quick, then try and whisper to him, I could help you with that hair job if you like. You have some...
You watch as he stops. And you can just see the glass in his hand, like, starting to shake. Hold on, I'm going to roll something. Oh, Salvador. Oh, Salvador. He shatters the wine glass in his hand. And you see blood dripping from his hand. You watch immediately some of the guards are actually kind of like giving him the stick of like, sir, this is not the place for such vulgar behavior. And you watch as he kind of looks at the guards. He does not look back at you. He adjusts his... You can see him adjusting his suit. My apologies. I will learn to control my temper going forward, and I appreciate the warning. May I use the facilities to... You watch as he shows his hand, And the guard just kind of gives him a look. Go that way. There's a cleric there who will aid you, and just don't be stupid. And he just watches like, naturally. Thank you. And you watch as he walks away and does not look back.
Everything about the business, that was fine. And then he brought up the hair.
I couldn't help it. Like, well, I mean, that's just it. Like, I roll for various things, and that's just the one feature that it's like, you know, there's various things that he could have had wrong with him, or he could have nailed his look perfectly. It's like, nope, you can. I rolled, and I'm like, nah, god damn it. Like, his hair was not completely dyed properly. Like, some of the gray was showing, but you could tell, like, he had a little bit of a bad, like, dye job that it doesn't hide all the gray hairs.
That was perfect.
Was it everything you wanted?
Other than his death, there was blood, so yes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Must be so satisfying.
I shall go mingle and get a drink waiting for the
Which, by the way, Blue, as soon as you look over, a little bit off, but not too far away, you see Roland kind of like giving you a look. But you kind of see him nod. Like at you. You can, no insight necessary. You kind of get that look of like, you shouldn't have done that. But at the same time, you're like, proud of you.
He did it in a good way. He didn't call us he didn't call him out. He silently told him about things.
But you see a look of like a look that again doesn't take much for you to tell. You've known Roland for years. If that would have been Roland would have considered killing him.
I did.
But you would know that.
I used Blue's business voice, which I've used once.
Mm-hmm. Well played, sir. Well played.
I'm gonna go get a drink
Absolutely.
and just watch the main chug and wait.
Which, by the way, as you get a drink, you watch as the main and Kazir are drinking together, and it's kind of like, oh shit.
On that note, just one small thing I forgot to mention.
Yeah.
He tells the lady, Pearl Fisher.
Yep.
He explains what happened in Pigland.
Yep. Which
you probably know about, but
at the same
that's
time,
all I
like
mentioned.
she's very thankful for you telling her and being upfront and honest about that. You actually find out that Pearl actually offered the aid of Uskar's like Western Front to actually help with the process of finding a way to reverse the effects.
Ooh, cool. That is good to know.
Hey, they're good guys.
Apparently, when the main showed up, he actually met with a older individual, apparently a paladin of the Raven Queen. And apparently, when they spoke, he commented about like how their relationship and everything. And the main was one of the first people to go like, well, shit, if that's the case, I mean, we'll offer to help. I mean, why not? What's life without a little bit of a weird adventure?
Cool.
I want to tell a tabaxi thing if I can get one to the side.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna try and get like one of the guards or just some tabaxi that works for the main.
Absolutely. You can catch one of his like one of his warriors off to the side and go like, hey, and you see that he's like he appears to be like a jaguar tabaxi.
Nice. Okay. Don't tell the main this until the party's over. The Slayers found out that's one of the Drow queens. Matrons. The Mother of Murder. She stole an entire keg of his wine.
As soon as you say it, you see a look on his face of like, you watch as this guy was probably like, yeah, what's up? To all of a sudden like, you fucking kidding me?
I'm not. What's the name of the Kark's brother now again?
Hmm?
What's the name of Kark's brother again?
Oh, Dimitri.
Okay. The mother of murder has been slain, but the keg is still owned by a drow named Dimitri. Was her husband.
Inter-
And the
inter-
Broken Skulls were trying to team up with murder. Don't want this revealed to him until after the party. I don't want to be the one to.
You watch as he looks you straight in the eyes, and you watch as he puts two of his fingers on the edge of his lip, and you watch as he pulls it across his lips. You hear the like the zipping sound. You probably take a wild guess he used thaumaturgy to imitate the sound.
Cool.
So it pretty much
Wait.
affirmative.
Oh, yeah.
A few
Thank you.
of them have a few tricks. But to say,
You enjoy the party too.
but it's not like a sense of like you would know that it's not actual like magic, but you get the sense of like, you know, zip lips. Like he isn't gonna tell.
Until the party's over.
Pretty much.
I
Yeah.
just dropped a little bit of
I honestly
information.
expected having to need some kind of convincing.
No,
I mean, that's a pretty big claim thing.
you get a sense that you guys have some like you guys actually have some weight to what you say. If they found out you lied, they'd probably hunt you and kill you.
Fair.
Plus, one of his case just went. No one knew where it went, and this is the thing they have out of nowhere.
Yeah, basically, you guys your guys' word does carry a little bit of weight, especially considering the fact that you know Kazir, who in their eyes is considered like, oh yeah, he's a hero of Atharia. But then like immediately like, well wait, hold on, he's from Uskar. He was born and raised there. So obviously he got his talent from Uskar, Atharia. Don't try to claim our people.
He's
Oh, good point. Good point.
So
Our hero.
yeah, basically he's just like no, he's
Well,
a hero.
Our people saved your asses.
Yeah, he may be a hero here, but he is a warrior of Uskar, and don't you fucking forget it.
Exactly.
And basically, so yeah,
super serious thing. But Plymouth doesn't want to ruin the party for the main.
yeah. So you get a sense that also if the main found out, he would probably immediately go on go for a death parade, looking to kill as many drow as possible.
Yeah.
Well, it was drow.
I know.
And-
I know. You made it. You were very specific, and he will remember. It's just a matter of you get the sense that this might not go very well.
This is gonna go great.
But in the
For
meantime,
everyone but the drow.
with that being said, Belwraith,
Oh no.
as I assume you are kind of mingling, and I assume kind of just keeping your eyes peeled.
He would actually be a little bit more
A little bit more.
wallflowering. He's kind of sticking to the wall, not really talking to people.
Makes
Uh,
makes perfect sense.
he looks like he's a bit out of his league, which to Dathana would be very out of character.
Oh, believe me, she notices. Speaking of, you watch as she walks up to you with a glass of wine in both of her hands, and extends one out to you.
He takes it.
It has been some time, Belwraith.
So, it has.
And I hear that you've become a hero. Supposedly.
I'm affiliated with heroes.
And you watch as she kind of like is hanging around the wall, What leads you here?
Say that again.
She says, what leads you here?
My affiliation with said heroes.
Please, Belwraith, be honest. Why are you here? What are you hoping to gain?
Lying is a waste of time. I am here because I am affiliated with heroes, and I did not have a choice.
I guess that's fair. Do I want to know how long you've been affiliated with them?
6 months. If that.
Doing this whole hero business?
I am not a hero. I am someone who actually cares for me, took me in, and treated me. Then she wanted me to stay with them, and so I did.
You know you were cared for at the Church of Tyr.
He looks down at her with the solid gold eyes and the broken horn looking kind of just a little bit tilted towards her. I don't think I believe you.
She gives you a look. And suddenly you start to hear music start to play. I'll tell you what, Belwraith. I will let you ask me some questions. And I'll answer truthfully. But in exchange, you watch as she extends out a hand. You remember how to dance, don't you?
He finishes his wine and takes her hand.
To the dance floor, then. And do you accompany her?
Yep.
Then, Belwraith, I would like you to roll me a performance check with advantage, because you are actually trained.
Performance. Plus 0. Oh no. Thank God I have advantage. Oh, I'm so happy I have advantage. I rolled the second one of the night and then a 16.
Whew! God, you almost, like, you immediately are like, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. And then you're like, oh wait, no, I remember how to do this. Oh yeah, that's right, that's the move, right, yes. Okay, I got this.
We're good.
And you watch as, like, you guys are dancing. She's just like, I see you've learned a few, you've remembered your training very well.
It's hard to forget with how much it was drilled into you.
So, Belwraith, I will let you ask me some questions, if you will allow me to ask you some as well. Seem like a fair trade?
I suppose.
Then you may go first, since you indulged me in dancing. Which, by the way, to the rest of you guys can see this, and you watch as they're actually, like, dancing very well. It's actually, like, a lot of people are kind of, like, dancing, like, okay. Like, a few of them seem to be very classically trained. But, like, with the roles that you and her got, actually, Wanderer, like, you guys are actually doing pretty good on the dance floor.
Was it intentional?
Was what intentional?
He squints at her. Come on.
If you're talking about your insanity outburst, I don't know what you're speaking of. I was one of the ones fighting to find out what happened to you.
You were the only person I told.
You watch as she gives you a look. I turned you in and reported you because I wanted to find out what was behind all of it. I am not the one who tried to harm you.
It's your turn.
As you guys continue dancing, and it kind of comes to like a slower section where like you guys are essentially like walking very slowly, like essentially it's like a waltz kind of situation where you guys are like come close and like you're basically like face to face. Where did you go after you left?
To be honest, I don't remember. I went east,
West.
west.
Don't worry, God's got your back.
I don't exactly remember. I went west. It's all a blur.
I presume then it's your turn.
I don't really have many questions. I've stopped asking.
Well, if that's the case, I have a few more questions.
Of course.
Who is this Mary?
Someone who took me in, cared for me, brought me back to my senses.
It would be fitting for you to meet with another tiefling.
She was not.
She gives you a look. She was a tiefling when she came to the church asking for you.
She was not when I met her.
She claims she was from this city called Makanali.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is where you met Mary.
This is true.
It's where Mary met Belwraith. Sorry, I couldn't help but make a joke. Apologies.
I feel like I should get that joke.
When
It's driving me nuts.
when Harry met Sally,
Oh,
but it's
God,
when Mary met Belwraith.
Yeah, I get.
I have reasons to believe that this tiefling is, in fact, her, not some doppelganger. I also have reasons to believe that the church captured and imprisoned her.
You watch as she gives you a look. Look.
He gives her like a similar look, like a look in that I thought you knew about this.
She looks at you like, look, the Church of Tyr has had its problems, but we do not imprison people.
That's not what she told me.
I mean, you can roll an insight check on her if you want to.
I believe her. I think something deeper is going on within the Church of Tyr. I believe that with this new information, they aren't telling you everything, and I don't think they've been told me everything when I was in.
You watch as she has a look on her face.
I
Roll.
haven't.
Go ahead.
He'll continue as he notices the look. I haven't been affiliated with them in a very long time. However, I know that it has fallen very far from its former ways, at least the ways that I knew about them. I do have a question for you.
Yes.
Has anything struck you as odd within the Church of Tyr? Even just the slightest way. And I assume you wanted me to roll insight.
Yes.
Fuck's sake. It's a 2-9 overall.
Hold on, I'm gonna roll.
God.
Oh, sweetheart, you're not good at this. She's not a good liar.
I'm so upset.
Well, here's the thing: you can read her. I got a 7.
Yeah.
She's not proficient in lying, and she's not good at it. She looks like she wants to say something. Like, you could tell when you were like, yeah, something doesn't seem right. Like, what's going on with the church? Like, do you notice anything? Like, is something off? You could tell she wants to say something. You see hesitation.
He pulls her closer to himself, like, oh, almost how he used to when they danced together.
Mm-hmm.
He whispers in her ear, "No one's listening. You can tell me."
Roll a persuasion check, and because of your history with her, with advantage.
Yeah, boy. Persuasion. 0? Okay. 10 or 18.
You watch as she kind of takes a deep breath, and she lets you kind of dip her. And as she comes back up, you feel her kind of grab like the near the collar of the jacket, and she kind of holds you close. Essentially, it kind of makes everyone else look like, oh my gosh, like is she kissing him like that, really? But you could just feel like you could feel her lips around your ear. I feel like the Arch Cardinal is lying to us. He's actually been hiding a lot more. Half the Cardinals barely leave the church anymore. The Holy Knights seem kind of reclusive, like they don't want to speak to any of us. It's almost like a plague has been spreading, and no one wants to talk about it. A couple of Cardinals went missing recently.
Cool.
You would think that this would be something that they would be putting all their efforts towards. And yet, not a single one of us was sent out. And you watch as she kind of retreats. And, like, you guys keep dancing. Valwraith,
Athana.
it's my turn. Do you think it was me who got you kicked out? She looks at you. Do you think it was my fault that you got kicked out?
I used to believe that it was directly. Now I believe it's much more distant.
I wanted to help you. I looked to them because they understood these things better than me. I know we've had our differences, but I did not do that to harm you.
I realize this now. He's struggling to find the right words. It's not exactly forgiveness on his lips, but at the same time, it's similar. I'm sure you have more questions.
Mm, I mean, some.
I'm always happy to answer.
I know you are. You've always been very honest. How does it feel?
Painful.
You watch as as you guys are dancing, she kind of moves her hand up, and like you could feel her like a couple, like her thumb, kind of rub where your damaged horn is. I didn't think they'd act that way.
He tilts his head down and almost closes his eyes. It hasn't stopped hurting. I still get headaches. It's an imbalance. Sometimes I wish I could just break the other horn.
You watch as she looks up at you and kinda, for the first time in a while, you see a very sincere smile towards you. I've always liked your horns. They kind of make you look distinguished.
He sighs softly and just adjusts his hands on her.
I guess we really only have this moment, don't we?
I suppose so.
If you don't mind. Just like the old times. And you watch as you guys are dancing, you watch as she kind of just places her head on your shoulder. And you guys just dance.
He'll gently put his hand on her head.
She does not resist. But roll a perception check.
Sure. Don't be bad. God damn it. 10.
That's all you needed. You hear her kind of whisper, and because of how close her head is to your head, you hear her say, "I'm just glad that you're safe." And as you dance and dance, the music playing, we're gonna back out from this scene and let Belwraith have this moment. Garnan, if Walf, you're still awake.
I'm pretty sure Garnan's asleep.
Walf, are you asleep?
Mic check. Did that actually pick up?
Yes.
Wasn't sure if it was going to actually pick up or silencing thing come out. Seems like Garnan's asleep.
Yeah, I think we lost Garnan, unfortunately.
It's safe to assume that he pretty much just dances with Delosa most of the
Yeah,
time.
I was about to say, in that case, we're gonna fade out from this scene. Belwraith is dancing with Dathana. Garnan dancing with Alosa. I won't steal the moment from him just yet because of the fact that I want him and Alosa to have this moment.
That's fair.
And that.
Well, worst case scenario, we start off with them next time.
Yep, which is why, with the dancing going about, Kazir drinking with the main and having a good time with the members of Uskar, Blue getting a drink after successfully putting his father in his place.
He is satisfied.
That
Blue feels better than he has in years, I bet.
And that is why, for tonight, for the Solaires, that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
That's a good place to leave it.
Fucking scene. Oh my god.
Hell yeah, guys. Good scenes. Jesus criminy.
That was amazing, Belray.
Oh,
That is...
So satisfying.
That
that
is...
was like the I have ever been during a D&D game. Oh my god.
Good shit, guys. Good shit. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, boy.
Shit.
You guys each, like, I'm very happy that each of you guys kind of got a moment to, like, let your characters breathe and do what you want. And also, Tiny, I was not going to walk away without you getting that moment with your dad.
Yes.
I was not
Hey,
going to walk away
yeah.
without you having that moment.
Yeah, that's insane, because, like, I want Belwraith to be able to, like, suddenly forget her, but it's, like, years upon years of hate and anger. Like, that doesn't...
It'll take time. Every healing takes time.
It's one of those things that when you, like, presented Belwraith, like, and his backstory to me, and you were like, this is what I have. Do with it what you can. And I was just like, oh, I can do something with this.
I remember being very emphatic that this was all from his perspective.
Exactly. And you let me be able to wiggle my way into this story and be able to play with it. You basically gave me a skeleton. And you were like, hey, build the dinosaur around this skeleton. And
That's, no DMs love that shit.
oh, fuck yeah, we do. Most of your guys's were very, like, like, you had a story. You had a set thing in mind. But then you were like, hey, like, go nuts with this. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay. And so, like, for each of you guys, like, it was so much fun to be able to write more for you, like, of your guys' story to just make the world more, like, fresh for you all. And Belwraith, like, even though Wanderer, you were like the newest person to enter this, and you were kind of like, I assume you were kind of on the fence about trying out to begin with. But
Oh,
I hope this was a good experience for you, though.
oh. Yeah, I have no idea about Belwraith now, because I was expecting her to be like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. What's good?
Instead,
and
she's like,
then,
I didn't mean to hurt you. I wanted to help you.
yeah.
I didn't mean to
Oh.
hurt you. You're actually really cool. I wanted to help.
I
Also, the church
I-
is whack.
I think you get this. I think you get the message that when you wrote into Thana, and you're like, I get the kind of the side effect that you were kind of thinking like, man, she's gonna be this bitch who like really fucked up Belwraith, like he was the worst, like she was the worst, and then lo and behold, it's like, no, she genuinely cared about Belwraith a lot and only reported him not like as a like fuck this guy, get him out of here, like fuck him. It's like more like the moment you shared, she was just like, you aren't going to help yourself. Someone's got to do this, and even if I come across as the bad person, like you need help. She did not expect the church to react that way.
Yeah.
Like, and I think
I still want to know about the whole two Marys thing. Like, how the hell did she get out of there? I mean, but,
did she get out of there?
She
And
probably.
Well,
only Belwraith knows too. Only Belwraith. And
You told Blue.
did
What?
I?
You
About-
told them about a tiefling named Mary that talked to your sister.
I didn't
Tiefling
tell
named
him.
Mary, who said she knew.
Yeah, that says she knew you.
That's all that he told me.
Exactly. That's
He
all
figured
you
out that
said.
Mary was Mary.
I think Blue can put together stuff.
That's a tough one. That's a hard sell, friendo.
Roll a intelligence check.
Even with an insight or an intelligence check, you guys have never heard of something like that before.
Yeah.
Well, disguise self.
Yes, but if this is Mary, like, and she's like, oh yeah, she's a tiefling. It's like,
Well, I mean,
it's like,
we were disguised as orcs.
True, very true.
So
Could be a
it
spell.
wouldn't really be that hard to say you disguised yourself as a thief.
But the thing is, the only problem is that you guys don't know if like this is a spy. Is this someone claiming to be someone else? Maybe she like stole information from
Why
Mary.
hasn't Belrace tried to contact her directly?
Because he has.
Really,
Well, I mean,
Last
he
time-
only, as far as I know, he only did it once.
Yes.
And that was way back. Not
did?
since the new Mary
Yes.
popped up.
gaze color.
He did it twice, I'm pretty sure. Once, I think both times were during the trials. And
Oh, yeah.
he had hurt himself and her when he did it. So
Oh, yeah,
he,
true.
So, with that information, he has decided to only tell her the utmost important information. And
But I mean, if she's free, she wouldn't have collar on.
it's
you know
a
what I'm saying?
really, even still, it's a really, really hard sell, even for him. He's just like 95% sure, and it's not a 100.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what? I get you.
it's kind of like that
Really,
situation.
Because there was in a similar situation, hearing about his wife being out, he might not have direct contact either because might is not a good enough chance.
Yeah, and even so, because you're kind of in a similar situation. You could be trying to talk to your wife about like maybe trying to get more information, but the problem is you also know that she's also in danger, and doing so might get her into even more trouble.
Yeah. Well, I meant if he heard
Oh,
that
I know.
he was out, you know.
I hear you. I'm just saying, like, some similar circumstances here. It's like, you could try talking to them, but you also don't know the circumstances, and also you don't even know if they could respond.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, if they are out, they could respond.
But you get what I'm saying.
But yeah, I get you. Calling them if they are still trapped and there's some weird trick to it. Yeah, I get you.
That was
Putting it in my own Kazir perspective. Now I realize my brain is just kind of fried.
No, makes perfect
It's
sense.
pretty late
I
tonight.
I will say though, getting to do the scene with Dathana was one that I was just like, I really hope Wanderer stays awake so we can do this scene, because I fucking like, of all the things, I do want to make sure that his story is progressing, and he like it was like this is the time.
That I kind of was expecting him to get to go first because of that.
Nope.
But I'm glad he ended on that note.
I don't play favorites. I roll for every person.
I
My
can tell that.
original plan was for Belwraith to act like once we finished his arc and the church was like destroyed or whatever the fuck, destroyed or captured or whatever, he would actually stay behind because Padstow had been so devotedly set into the Church of Tyr. He figures that like that doesn't just come apart, so he would stay behind and like rebuild. But with Dathana, with Dathana not the way that he thought she was, he might not do that.
the entire church does. Mostly just the cardinals.
It seemed well, and don't forget, Dathana was not a cardinal the last time you saw her.
Yeah.
In fact, you did, as far as the backstory goes, Dathana technically wasn't even supposed to be set up to be a cardinal. So it's kind of surprising to see her rise the ranks. She was a nun prior.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like definitely worked with the clerics for sure, but it's like at the same time, it's like she I would guess even from Belwraith's perspective, like there was always a chance she could have became a cardinal, but the truth is that, like, the odds though, like it's one of those things where a cardinal is a high position to earn, it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to get it. And not to say that she isn't a hard worker and dedicated, it just kind of odd. Like that she would have rose to the ranks as quickly as she has. It's like, it's almost as if like, hey, we think you're doing a good job. You should be Cardinal, not some other person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's kind of odd. But at the same time, it's also like, she also like was a cleric. Like she was a hard worker. It just kind of seems strange. Like, because even you were not quite at the Cardinal position when the whole incident happened. Like, you got the position, but you were being...
Just barely.
Exactly.
Being trained.
Yeah, like, it's one of those things where it's just like... A lot of things have changed, and some things are weird right now. There's a lot of questions, essentially.
Can Blue give himself a pat on the back from
that was the other thing. I was very happy to actually get to voice... To actually play as Victoria in this whole situation.
Yeah. The whole thing was a good day.
Like,
we met
Ow.
16 years. 17 now that he's
Yeah,
22.
it was a situation where, I mean, like, you found out through context clues and story that she already had felt genuinely bad about the whole situation.
When he first contacted her, that was not the message I got.
It very much was, yeah, with Dothana, yeah, no. But with Blue's mom, it was one that, like, when I wrote her, like, I knew who she was the moment you told me, like, yeah, this was all my parents were, and I'm like, yeah. It's like, and like the moment I wrote it, I'm like, Salvador's a douchebag, and like you can tell.
Was horrible. The mom was kind of withdrawn.
But I say you could probably also tell he was trying to like push her buttons, and like trying to drag out some anger.
I love the description between the two. Victoria is this beautiful blonde-haired wizard.
Yeah.
And Salvador is just a fat old...
Like, he's a bigger guy, like, heavier set, but he's a very professional businessman. It probably didn't take you very long that it was a couple of circumstance and position, essentially.
And his hair, that's the one thing we had to...
Yeah, that one was fun to, like, go over, but honestly, it honestly, as Victoria, it felt really good for her to be able to say that to you.
When was the last book?
Use the sending spell to talk to her briefly. And that was after a talk with Philman, after you found out that Salvador and Victoria had actually been near his homeland.
Yeah. Apparently Victoria was nice. Instead, she had a child.
Yeah, she was kind and treated them well. It was Salvador who was an asshole who essentially talked down to them. And as you could tell, considering what he had to say about the Tabaxi, it's like, you get a sense that...
if Kazir heard that, he would be like, yeah, instant hate on this guy.
Wait, I have something to say to the main next.
Oh boy.
He was talking down to Tabaxi.
You get...
No.
I will say...
No,
I will say this. I will say this above game. You probably know the main knows. Like, you probably noticed that the main doesn't like being near the brown nosers near the king.
Yeah. I like the main. The main isn't at all really what I expected a little more regal, but he's a lot like...
Oh god no. Oh god no. When I designed Uskar...
what was he wearing out of curiosity?
Oh, he is wearing not necessarily like super fancy clothes. They kind of seem like more like formal armor essentially, but it's not armor. Like, it's more like
A
clothes
little bit
design.
like what Kazir was wearing.
Kinda, yeah. It's like just kind of more like it's essentially like if he had to battle in it, he would be very comfortable battling in it. Like you get a sense this guy is not someone who like gives actual flying fuck about formality. You get a sense that this guy is like, hey, you're a warrior, sweet. You're a like you're from Uskar and you're a hero.
He's a little bit like the what was his name? The other guy into Tribunal.
Oh, like like Raphael, like yeah.
Yes.
Kind
Got that kind of vibe.
you kinda, but I would say like I would say
They will
Raphael.
definitely get along. Really
Oh, for
well.
sure. But I say, you get the sense that, but I say the main really just cares about people being good, like being good people. He doesn't really give a shit about titles or gives a shit about position. He's more like, hey, this is my title. You recognize that? Cool. Are you a good person? That's all I need to know. Why do you think that's the question he asks people? Where does your pride
Point.
lie?
Good point.
Like, if you said something like pretentious or like douchebaggy, he would tell you to rise, and he'd have walked away.
Yeah.
And also, he would not have told you to to rise and look at us as equals. Like, he would look at you and go like, rise. As soon as you rised, he would have walked away. Because in his eyes, you are not worth the conversation.
Fair.
But if you're someone who says, defending the people that can't defend themselves, wanting to be a protector, wanting to do good by people, wanting to show the world what you are made of, and all that stuff, like the maid would have been like, hell yeah, like okay, I see what you're getting at, hell yeah, all right. But he knows in Atharia they don't do stuff like that. He can just flaunt his title, which he doesn't care anyways. So when he like tries to speak with other people, the only reason why he looked to you and asked where your pride lied was because he knew that you would respect it. Like, the way he looks at it is this: if he would have done that to anyone else in the Solaires, no one would have known what to do. They don't know Uskar custom. Only you do.
Would he have respected the people who take joy from my music?
Absolutely. The main is someone who, like, they know what bard magic is. Like,
They're not savages, except
Yeah.
that they are.
they're not. They're actually not savages. There is a lot of culture. The culture's just different. Honestly, Uskar is more designed like a sultan kind of situation.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm too British.
You're too British.
But
Yeah.
you're saying all these things about being warriors.
Yeah.
I'm a bard who likes making people smile.
As long as you're being a good as long as you're being a good person.
I like making people smile and like making racists hurt their hands.
Agreed.
Pretty much.
Because if Kazir had heard and saw that, he'd be
Because
he would have laughed his ass off.
here's the only thing. Here are three things I will let you guys know about the main for free. One, he is a warrior. He's seen battle. He has killed things that are terrifying that people should never get to see. But he wears it on his sleeve. Because as far as he's concerned, why let these memories harm him when he knows that he did it for the greater good?
Yeah.
Two.
It's like he killed the hag for a reason.
Yeah, he didn't kill it because
just
he's
go,
like, oh, this
Look,
was
I
fun.
killed a dragon. He killed a hag.
It's like,
That
hey, this
probably
is-
torture people.
yeah, it's like, hey, this was a horrible thing. This was a horrible thing. I killed it. Guess what? I created a trophy, and now it does good things for everyone. It's like, now if another hag shows up, I can kill another one.
Yeah, it's really first and blue with him showing off the discarded neck.
Exactly. The second thing about the main that you need to know is he doesn't give a shit about formality. Like, if he cared about titles, like he would be no different than most nobility. Like, as far as he's concerned, whether you are the greatest warrior to ever live, like straight out of the College of Lore, like literally one of the legends came off the wall to speak to him, or the lowest person who was just a farmer trying to make money to feed his family and do what's good for them. He looks at everyone the same. Like, he doesn't care about, like, formality, like, oh, you're a peasant, don't touch me, you peasant. He would go like, no, where does your pride lie? And if they responded like, with my family. Like, I just want them to live and be good. Then he will look at them and rise and look at me as equals. Like, because as far as he's concerned, it's like, my job is to protect you guys. And if I didn't give a shit about you guys, then I could not do my job. And in the meantime, the third and most important thing is, his insight is fucking ridiculous. I literally built him to have an insane insight.
He knows if you're lying, and if you lie, he breaks your spine.
Basically, if I had to make a comparison, he could give Blue a run for his money with his deception.
He's good at deceiving and good at insight.
Yeah, like what I mean is, like, he would give your like high deception score a run for its money, considering how often you are really good at lying.
He just has persuasion. He just has proficiency deception.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about the main is that he has a plus 12 to insight.
I got a +7.
He's really good at telling when people are lying to him.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, when I like built him, I'm like, how do I like want to do this? And then I'm like, oh no, I know how I want to do this. And he's like, he does not like lying. He does not like bullshit. He's like, if you're honest with me, we're cool. If you're lying to me, like, which is why even though like you guys like he was talking to you, I was rolling an insight check for him. And I was just like, okay, under this amount, I'm going to make him roll. If he rolls this much, never mind. There's no point in lying. Yeah, he got a 30 insight check on you. So it was like, no, there's no reason for him to roll. Like, he would know you're telling the truth. Which is why immediately the main was just kind of like, come on, friend, let's go have a drink. Let's have a conversation.
I think session Blue might try talking to the man.
Hey, wouldn't hurt. But either way, guys, as I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Definitely.
Better say this was a very good session, and I can't wait to see what happens next time. But for now, make sure you take it easy, take care of yourselves, and most importantly, I hope you all stay frosty.
I'm satisfied.
Peace out.